Okay, okay.
Is there any filter?
Yes, we did something. So she's a very expert singer.
It's okay. Hey. Now, get what you get together. And you know that listen, it's the guy.
Okay, I'm looking. I think he's enjoying Ghana. He's enjoying Ghana. I don't blame him. Ghana is doing well.
S is missing.
Yeah, okay. Where do you want correction?
IAAS.
Okay.
The last after the A.
IAS.
Triple AS.
Okay, books
Books.
and leadership. Remove the launching.
Okay.
Books and the leadership summit. And make it welcome to 2021. Welcome to 2021. Good. IS Books and Leadership Summit. I quite okay like that. I get in the US and I will get it.
All the important.
I quite all the important.
International, yeah.
Yeah, so
You can end it there, do another line.
Yes,
Happening
make a-
live, happening live in Atlanta, Georgia, USA.
and the leadership. Yeah, my son is outside there.
Happening
Yeah.
live.
Okay. No. That's it in the Southwest. Van. So welcome to
Watch the Atlanta.
2021 IS Books and Leadership Summit. Okay, there's Atlanta, USA.
The original link.
Okay. Georgia, USA. Georgia, USA. All right, send it. The one should be, the red one should be on top. She's gonna, she editing it.
Yeah, the happening life should be under
Okay, so move it around.
because the welcome is first
Yeah.
on top.
What's the length?
Happening life
Take the
in
summit out to
Atlanta,
the right.
Georgia,
The
USA.
other way. There you go.
Happening live in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. That's it. Charles,
Yeah.
check the words on the screen.
Okay. Welcome to 2021 IAS Books and Leadership Summit. Happening live in Atlanta, Georgia. Yes. So,
Good.
can you centralize that?
The welcome
And then move
or the
that.
happening?
Yeah, the happening.
Okay, sure.
But that is good.
Okay, yeah, she's doing it now. That way.
Good. That's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Watch the white R for the happening is overlapping with the summit.
Yeah.
Move the summit up a little bit. There you go. Yeah, perfect.
Great. Thank you. Somebody's talking to me, see me. Okay. Ooh. And let's start off.
Oh, you ready?
No, I'm still waiting for. Let me see if I can just call in these people and see what's going on. But there's no audio yet on it, right? The audio is live on it.
Audio is live, yeah. I mean, if you want to mute it, want us to mute it?
But it's okay. But now, what's the start?
Okay. IAAS is the way to go. On the screen is our airport secretary. Going down here in Atlanta, Georgia. Everyone is welcome. Watching online, you can send your message, you can call in, we need you to register. Get connected to the heart. Get connected to the heart. Thank you.
In the building. Baby, from my command, like zombie. Go down on me, you with your coca gonna. Waka waka when you enter Malija. Baby, gonna. Will you give me sugar? Wala, ala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison. I take my chance with you. If I did look like you don't know it, you're in the night.
All right.
You want that bomb way down like tsunami or the wow, yeah. Would you hold me down in the corner? Waka when you enter Malija. Baby, gonna.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, bringing to the microphone is Derek C. Igwe. Derek Igwe is live here, happening right here in Atlanta, Georgia. IAAA book launch and exhibition, book Olympic and leadership summit. Welcome to 2021 IAAS book and leadership summit. I have him here is going to be talking to us about the citizenship coming to the United States and what you need to do. Please take a moment, take your time and educate the audience. They are watching live for Mega Studio here. They are hearing my voice. They're going to be hearing you and seeing you as well. Introduce yourself and detail us about what you're representing here for the summit. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody. Hope you're all having a great day. I'm here representing my father's book, Immigration to Citizenship of the United States of America. This is really your resource guide, your only guide. Say you have any friends or family that want to come to the U.S., want to start their lives, or just want to come here just for a little vacation. This is all you're gonna need. All you need to just tell them that of what to do or what to get, currency, states, the whole system, the government system. So pretty much everything that you need is all here. So basically, come shop. It's only $20. It's really good. This has changed a lot of lives. I've seen it firsthand. So if you know anybody, it doesn't have to be Africa, the whole world, in fact. This will do some good. This can change someone's life.
Quick question for you, young man. I know you don't want to kind of disclose the entire content of the book, but just give us a synopsis of if I have to buy it,
Yes, sir.
what will I gain? What will I see? What will I benefit?
Knowledge and just any way. If you have a friend or that just have a question, right? And sometimes you won't be able to answer it, carefully. If you just have this with you, everything you need is here.
Everything I need is here. Arriving to the United States. That's correct.
Yes, sir.
How many days or how many years will I be here before I can now discover this book? Do I need it at the port of entry or do I need it after my green card?
Well, let's be said.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's see if we can get some help from the author, Chinedu himself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, let's get some help because we are getting to the nitty-gritty of it. Yes, let's get Chinedu on. Viewers, if you are listening, we're about to bring the author of the book, Immigration to the Citizenship of the United States of America. Right here, Chinedu Igwe is here at the concert. Chinedu Igwe, can you give us, not to disclose the entire content, but just tell us what is in this book?
Thank you, moderator, MC. I wrote this book. My name is Chinedu Igwe. The book is precisely as an orientation to welcome immigrants from any part of the world to the United States.
Orientation to welcome immigrants. I hope you had that. Orientation is very important. That way you get directed to the right direction.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Directed to the right direction. Because every direction is direction, but it may not be right.
The right direction.
And like they say, shortcut is the longest route.
Exactly.
So if you got the right direction, you won't go through shortcut. You go towards and you get to your destination.
And then to help immigrants integrate successfully.
Successful integration. Wow. into the new world they just discovered.
Yes.
Wow.
Because the Constitution of the United States is in here. Because I expect the country that you are coming to expect to know what their expectations and your own responsibilities.
The Constitution is here.
Right here. So that you will know
this is awesome.
What to do. In that case, you will run according to the laws of the country. And then things like driving, social security, background checks, ethics in the workplace.
Yes.
Those are the type of things that you need to know. That is why the title is Immigration to Citizenship of the United States of America, Your Resource Guide.
Your Resource Guide.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it. If you're listening on the air, if you're viewing from your home or office, here is Chinedu Igwe on the book he published to help immigrants arriving to the United States to make your travel, to make your journey a lot easy. Welcome to the United States and welcome to Iaaas 2020 book launch and exhibition. Chinedu Igwe, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, Chinedum adding a little bit of addendum. Go ahead, Chinedum.
I should add now that what we are doing here is to discover and promote African authors, and you will hear more about other authors and their books. But most importantly, please go to the website of International Association of African Authors and Scholars. Click on Bookstore. Once you click on Bookstore, it will take you to the book sales website, and then you can now buy our books and support African authors. I think that will be very, very good. Well, www.iaaauthors.org.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just about before we do the official opening, one more book exhibition here. It says The Case for Biafra Restoration, written by Chief and Elder Obi Ukwama. I'm going to bring him to the mic so he can give us a little bit of why we need this book. And by the way, what is Biafra? Chief Obi Ukwama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like the introducer said, my name is Obi Ukwama, and I wrote this book 3.5 years ago. The title is The Case for Biafra Restoration. When I was writing it, a lot of people were afraid what the outcome might be. But everything I have written in this book is coming through today. Today we are having a so-called election in Anambra, where our land have been infested with so many military, occupied by military from the north. And when you put fear in people, how will you want them to come and vote? So, in a nutshell,
yes, sir.
Everybody, 3 years ago, when the leader of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, have a copy of this book, when he came here 3 years ago,
wow,
in Atlanta, I gave him a copy, and everything you need to know about the restoration is right here.
Excellent.
And everything I've written is coming through today.
Wow, so you like a prophet?
Yes, everybody needs to have a copy of this book, please.
Everyone needs a copy of this book, that's correct. From Obi Ukwama, The Case for Biafra Restoration. Thank you, Chief Obi Ukwama.
Amazon.
It's on Amazon as well. Yes. Excellent, excellent. Look for it, go for it. Make sure you get a copy.
And on our website.
IAAS website as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, our secretary, the mic over to you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome everyone. I think we are just about to kick off. We have spent a little time. Now is the time to hit this game running. Please, if you're here, can we all begin to settle down quickly so we can commence this program? While we wait for others to come in, if you set your table, please come back to the center, and we'll move there when we want to begin presentations and the book launch. Thank you so much. And we all take the center aisle. Thank you. Dr. Odo, if you've set your table, can you please move to the center aisle? Yeah, let's come back to the center aisle and we'll take it from there. Then before we split out to our individual tables. Running late. Is it this reserved for the no, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're once again welcome to the 2021 edition of the International Association of African Authors and Scholars Book and Leadership Summit. We've been running this program since 2017. We ran in 2017 here in Atlanta, 2018 here in Atlanta, 2019 here in Atlanta, 2020 we were stopped by the COVID and we went virtual. And it was also an amazing experience. This year, 2021, we were able to be in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. But for the crisis ravaging that nation at the time, we had to reschedule and return back to Atlanta. And today, we are making this happen. We're all here and we're still expecting more guests and representatives. We hope they come in as early as possible. We are live on this program today. We have friends and families and colleagues watching live across the globe. Our friends who were unable to secure visas are also watching. Participants from different countries in Africa and across the world who are Africans and lovers of Africa are all watching live right now, and we are still expecting some who are able to come in. Others are staying back for yet the fear of COVID, who still cannot put themselves in a closed environment. So we are working on that understanding, so we might not have the full house as expected, but because of that, we have gone live, so they are participating from YouTube. So everyone, please, can we settle in and kick this program off so that people can begin to join us quickly as we proceed. If we're all settled, can we start, please? I'm waiting for you, gentlemen. Chief Igwe, Dr. Royce. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have spent a lot of time today while waiting for others to come in. We need to kick off right away. Others, as they come in, they will join us in this program. We have a whole lot to achieve today, a whole lot. But before we proceed, can we commit this program into the hands of the Almighty God, who is the giver of life, the giver of wisdom, the giver of knowledge. We are writers, we are scholars, not by our own strength and understanding, but we have been given that gift by God. And for this program to run smoothly, we need to commit it back into the giver. So quickly, we just want to call on our brother from Rwanda. Kelechi Anyanwu, please, can you lead us in a short prayer to open this meeting? Thank you.
They can always swing.
Can we please respect the Almighty God by standing on our feet? It's your choice to either remove your cap or not to remove your cap. But if I'm to advise, it's better you take your cap. Yeah, to respect Almighty God. In Jesus Christ's mighty name. Amen. Father Lord, we thank you for a day like this. This is a day that you have ordained. Father, we have gathered to hand over this event unto your able hand, for you to take absolute control. Father Lord God, you are the giver of wisdom. There's nobody that writes a book without wisdom in abundance. You are the one who directs. For those people that could not make it today to Atlanta, you alone knows why. But we know, because your hand is in this project, it's going to be a huge success in Jesus Christ's mighty name. Amen. Amen. Father, thank you. We thank you because you are the Lord, the faithful God. We know you are going to perfect all that concerns this project in Jesus Christ's mighty name. Amen. Father, let your perfect will be done in Jesus Christ's mighty name. In Jesus Christ's mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much, Kelechi. Well, to kick off this program, I want to officially introduce myself. My name is Dr. Charles Amechi Uti, and by the grace of God, I'm the General Secretary of International Church of African Authors and Scholars, and I'll be moderating this event from start to finish. And I'll indulge all of us to please be cooperative and let's work as fast as we can to be able to achieve all that we are set to achieve today. We have a whole lot lined up. Today we are here because we are presenting literary works, scholarly works of Africans to the world. And God has given people wisdom and knowledge to write works that are impactful, works that will transform and change lives, that will also enhance leadership understanding. We title this Books and Leadership Summit. We are creating concepts, ideas of how to ensure that leadership in Africa takes a new turn. The event started yesterday evening with the Ambassadors Forum session, which was explosive, electrifying, amazing. Unfortunately, we didn't go live last night, but it would have been awesome if we did. But for those who were here, you will testify that the brainstorming sessions were second to none. Ideas were enunciated, conceived, and expressed as much as we can say that we have solutions in our hands as to how we can transform the African continent. The African continent is seriously bedeviled by corruption, greed, poor leadership, understanding, and knowledge. And so Iaaas has taken it upon herself to begin to create avenues to change that situation. And us as a people have agreed to work together in oneness to fight this common cause that will change the situation in our continent. Africa is a great continent with huge and amazing potentials. But yet, it's like being in the water, and yet you're thirsty. Every nation in Africa is blessed and endowed with various mineral resources, different gifts, different things that are able to make them self-reliant. Amidst all these gifts and blessings, yet we lack one common thing: the ability to manage these resources and to manage our people effectively. Like we all agreed that leadership is about the people having the mindset, the understanding to do good for the people you have been called upon to serve. It's about service. But yet, that challenge is huge. But thank God that us, as we are, have agreed to fight that cause, to bring about a change. We vocalize it, we pen it down, and we are pushing the struggle. People have come from different parts of Africa, and those who couldn't make this event live are also watching and they are hearing. We want to sound it clear, we want to sound it loud, that Africa must change and Africa must take its rightful place. What we are blessed with, we will manage ourselves and will change the course of our continent. So in the course of this event, a lot of ideas have been put across already, and more are yet to be put across. Today we will also give room for every author present to showcase their works. We'll give room to the leaders to express their perceptions, their views, and we all put all this together in our communique, and we'll begin to run with it. It is also interesting to also note that in view of this same dream, we have moved a step forward to create an institute for leadership, which we have titled AILI, Africa International Leadership Institute. This concept was created in 2019 by reason of the fact that we couldn't bring Africans to the United States to study leadership, visa issues, we all know what that is. But now we have resolved to take the Institute back to Africa. And so we are building a campus in Africa. Today, we can proudly say that we have hit the ground running. We have a temporary site right now located in Tai, local government of Rivers State in Nigeria. We have temporary structures on that facility. We're just about to get it running. But today we'll be asking for fundraising in line with that project. We need to get that project off the ground. We need to commence classes in 2022 as fast as possible. We need this project to hit the ground. And we need our commitment. We need our involvement. We need our support. It's all about Africa. It's all about us. It's not about me. It's not about Chifigo. It's not about anyone individually. It's about us in total. And it's our call to ensure that this dream comes alive. My friends, my brothers, we have this responsibility to achieve. The need for us to reach out to as many as we can that has the capacity and the potential to support this cause, to ensure that this dream comes alive, is our call. Please, if you know anyone, philanthropists, those in government, those in authority, those that have the resources to invest in this project, we are calling on everyone to be part of it. Because if we don't deal with it today, our children will continue to wallow in the same situation tomorrow. It's our call to take this bull by the horn and change this ugly trajectory that we have agreed to do, and we must do. I believe strongly that we have the capacity, we have the potential, we have what it takes. If all these great minds, as we are scattered across the globe, come together with one voice and one mind, we will achieve it. I'm excited to state that Iaaas has come a long way in this short period of time. And that is wonderful. But for us to kick the ground this morning, I want to appreciate everyone that is here present. Today, here in our midst, we have our big brother, Nde Wambua Tedonzong, who is the president of African Associations in Georgia. Nde, you're welcome. God bless you. Right in front of me is our friend, Kelechi Anyanwu. Flew all the way from Rwanda. He's an investment expert, and he has brought good tidings with what's going on in Rwanda. Today, we can say that Africa is gradually changing, and Rwanda is leading that pace. The transformation in Rwanda is something to be appreciated We only hear negative stories about Africa, but thank God we can say yes, that Rwanda is changing that course. And that is why I wrote a piece on my editorials. The new face of leadership in Africa, using Rwanda as a case study. We just want to appreciate Paul Kagame. He's doing amazing things in Kigali and in Rwanda. We appreciate that. We pray that all other African leaders will begin to emulate what he's doing in Rwanda, coming from where they have been and changing the course. To be known as the 5th most safest place to be in the world is something amazing. There's absolute peace and security. Like we all know, there are nations in Africa where peace has been eluded. Nigeria is one of them. Congo, there's no peace. Ethiopia, there are different nations. Sudan, all are going through different crises. But we are praying for peace to be restored in our continent. But our leaders have that responsibility to determine whether we're going to have that peace or not. We are going to play our role, we're going to do our own, to support them to do what we can. Thank you so much, welcome. Right behind him we have Nze Ubi Ukwoma. He's the financial secretary to Iaaas. He's also an author. He wrote one of the most controversial books in recent times. Well, you get to see that book when we begin the book presentations. And right behind Nze Ukwoma, I have my big brother, Dr. Prince Odo. You're welcome, sir. And next to him, I have another intriguing academician and intellectual, Dr. Jude Rossi Obo. You're welcome, sir. While we are waiting for others to join us, we are also appreciating all those who are watching online, our partners and our friends, our colleagues, those who are unable to make this journey, those in Nigeria. If you're watching, Franklin, want to say kudos to you. Dr. Mesialo, I appreciate you. Sorry you got to Ghana and refused to return. Lawrence Eka, I hail. And our friends in the Gambia, Al Labins Modusowe, I know you're watching. I miss you. I was looking forward to seeing you here. Sowe is the executive director of WOWA, the World Writers Association. He made every effort to come, but unfortunately couldn't get visas. But we will see you in Banjul in January. We also want to appreciate those who couldn't make it from Turkey, and everywhere that you had challenges, we understand. But just want to say thank you. And all our friends and families who are watching right now, thank you for standing with us. And I want to get this program started this morning. That being said, the book signing, the books are set. Want to go to people, begin to appreciate the books, and then we can proceed from there. While we do that, I also want to appreciate our partners, those who have supported us and who are still supporting us. We want to say a big thank you to GM Promotional Products. Every year they give us giveaway items. I want to appreciate them. I want to appreciate the Good Coin Foundation, a public charity foundation. We also want to appreciate the Martin Luther King Jr. Merchant Association. I want to appreciate Troy's Bank, I want to appreciate mega partners, Beulah Heights University and University of West Georgia. Right now, they are one of our major partners with Ali. With the Institute, they are our major resource persons, and they are certifying that institute. So it's a big kudos to them. We also want to appreciate Amazon Smile. We want to appreciate Wellstar Corp Hospital. Another partners who have in one way or the other supported our cause. And we want to say thank you all. This event wouldn't have been possible without these partners ensuring that we make this event happen today. So we just want to say thank you. We also want to express quickly that this summit has taken a different dimension today. Like I said, we are live on YouTube. For the first time, we had to do it this way to ensure that we capture every facet and give everyone that opportunity to participate. I guess the COVID has helped us to begin to create more concepts and how to facilitate events. So we want to say thank you to everyone.
All right.
I would love at this point to invite to the podium the executive director of this great association for his welcome remark that we kick off this event and open doors for other things to happen. Chief, you're welcome.
How are you, everyone? Welcome. Happy to see everyone here. I hope I can be heard.
Yes.
Yes. Good.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. As we all can see, welcome to 2021 Iaaas Books and Leadership Summit, happening live in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. And first of all, let me say what the organization represents, which is very important for our new members and guests. Discover. The organization goes forward to discover African authors, including aspiring authors and established authors. And we do this by bringing them to the book summit so that their literary skills can be presented to the world. Because African authors has been contributing a lot to the literary warehouse of the world. I call it global literary warehouse. Think about a warehouse full of books from all over the world, and a percentage of those books in that warehouse is coming from Africa. And yet, most of these African authors don't have this opportunity to express themselves and be noticed on the global scene. So, and we do that by One of the ways is the Discover magazine, which publishes their works, their articles, and some freelance writing. We go further to promote African authors and their literary skills through YouTube channel. When you go to our website, click on the YouTube channel, all our events, just as the moderator mentioned, from 2017, the events are there, and some other launching of books and the promotion of the members are on that YouTube channel. We have online bookstore. Through our website, you can click on bookstore and you buy and promote African authors and some souvenirs. Like the pen I have here is being sold on that website, and the pin that represents us as African authors. Those are the type of things we do to represent and to promote African authors. Then we provide resources for African authors. In that way, we organize the Outstanding Book Prize that now give an award, scholarship award, to the book that wins the Outstanding Book Prize for the year, which automatically the author will receive that. And how do we get this scholarship award to the author that his or her book won the prize? Is by donations that people donate to us, both financially. In that case, we take some money out of it and they present to the author for winning that prize. Then, the Africa International Leadership Institute is ongoing. There's a fundraising ongoing. At the back of the hall there's a diagram of the continental campus that will be started in Africa, where citizens will learn leadership skills first before seeking leadership position, and which is exactly the theme of this year's Books and Leadership Summit. Then, appreciation of our members, our new members, our donors, and the guests that are coming from all over the world each year that we do this event. And as you can see, this year has now taken a very big turn. That what we are doing here today is live, worldwide. Some of our members that could not come, as mentioned earlier, or guests that could not come, can now watch the event, follow the event live. So, based on this little bit of introduction, my address is in the magazine that we all have. And I have the pleasure to really make sure that the message we pass in this summit goes a long way to enhance the well-being of Africans. And that is why the theme also reflects my title of the welcome address, which is Re-Engineering Africa through learning leadership skills first before seeking leadership position. How do we do this? International Association of African Authors and Scholars is opening frontiers and opportunities that will benefit the aspirations of Africans through literacy, career advancement, and leadership skills. As I stand here today, I'm full of enthusiasm to announce that the International Association of African Authors and Scholars and Africa International Leadership Institute are preparing students, candidates, and scholars for authorship and revolutionary leadership curriculum for Africa's progress and stability, which will be achieved through excellent leadership programs. The idea of revolutionary leadership curriculum is that the studies at this institute will be based solely on leadership skills. It's not going to be any other subject, but a revolutionary curriculum that will reorient Africans to be more of to think about leadership as more of selfless service, and the idea to leave legacy as a leader, because I know legacies will outlive our leadership role. The theme of 2017 inaugural summit of Iaaas was authors providing multiple perspectives. It is this theme that powered my vision towards the establishment of Africa International Leadership Institute, ALI, where candidates will learn the art and ethics of leadership first before seeking leadership position. Authors providing multiple perspectives surmised that as authors, we cannot ignore other societal challenges and concentrate only on writing and selling books. As authors, we should relate to our fans and the people who read our books. Do these people have effective government? How is their welfare and well-being? Are they satisfied with basic amenities and infrastructures such as food, housing, water, road, bridges, and electricity? If the assumption is no, what is to be done? What is responsible? The answer is servant leadership. Effective leadership is propelled by the subconscious to be a servant leader, which leads to a selfless leader and transforms to a leader who leads for others to live. Leadership is not to be confused as a business to make money. Leadership is sacrifice, and a good leader can die for the people. Leadership in Nigeria and most African countries is a recycle of business interest and nepotism without the conscience for nation building. When a leader in a changing world does not ask the question of, what will I be remembered for? That person is not a leader, because leaving a legacy should be the basic foundation of leadership. Before the formation of Africa International Leadership Institute, I was asking myself, how can a nation as Nigeria continue without significant progress for so long in a changing world? The answer is that rogue leadership lacks revolutionary values and a transformational vision. They ignore nation building, they embrace tribalism, and shun the merit system. On the contrary, leaders whose vision is prosperity for the people and the nation must display empathy, must be humble, while aggressively pursuing excellent agenda, and must pursue solutions while listening to feedback and criticisms. Fortunately, all the ills of leadership have solution, which is for leaders to acquire leadership skills first before seeking leadership position. To achieve this phenomenon, the Africa International Leadership Institute will serve as a continental command campus to coordinate strict leadership curriculum, which will focus on regional leadership skills.
regional leadership skills with direct aim at programs where youths will be trained to become informed scholars and subsequently become great leaders with transformations in individual development, organizational growth, and nation building across African continent. In conclusion, leadership is not luxury. Leadership is constantly creating opportunities, more innovations, and making positive projections and predictions. As a leader, you must think of others first before thyself. Leaders must be thankful to the people they serve while being accountable to their responsibilities and actions, because as leaders, we must know that our task is onerous and that uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. The Africa International Leadership Institute is IAA's solution to leadership ills in Africa. So I ask everyone, the world, to support this remarkable cause and donate generously or partner with this initiative at our website, www.iaaauthors.org. I really thank everyone for coming and listening, and we are going to have a fantastic day today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chief Igwe. That was an amazing remark. We just heard from the executive director of this great association, Chief Chinedum Igwe, expressing the concepts that has necessitated this great association and what we are doing. And I want to say thank you so much for that. As we continue, I just want to quickly say thank you and keep watching. People are watching from across the world and they are sending messages online. George Ifakando from Nigeria, thank you for being online. So we just heard, and we also, I want to reiterate the need for our partnership and support for the fundraising for Ali, for the Africa International Leadership Institute. We need to get this running. And also donations are called for the Book Olympics. We're still looking forward to getting partners and donors, agencies that will support this to appreciate authors for the great work they are doing. There are amazing works I'm seeing here today. I can't wait for the presentation session to come. There's a book that is hitting in my head. Oh my God, Cooking Hoppers. I've just been thinking about that work and I just can't wait to get the dossier about that. So I am looking forward, and I hope all of you will be excited when you hear what that book is all about, and you go look for these books online and buy them. And here too, you can get them here at the venue. Listen, we need to support these authors and encourage them. And that is the essence why we are asking for donations. Whatever we gather, we just want to say thank you for what you're doing. For anyone that will emerge the best book for the day when we go for the elections, when we go for the Olympics. Which book is well expressed, which book enchants people the more, and all that. So we just want to encourage everyone to be part of what we are doing, please. So today is going to be awesome. A lot of things are coming on board. So I just want everybody to just sit put and continue to watch where you are and make your comments online. We get in everything that is coming here. and we appreciate your participation today. So, for us to proceed, I want to call on our big brother for his contribution this morning. He has something to say to encourage what we are doing and to encourage the world and the Africans. Please, gentlemen, join me as I welcome Ndei Wambua Tedozon to the podium. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nziate Wimbalo, and I want to hear you say, oh. Yes, it simply means, I greet you. And my language is called Ngimbo. It's one of the languages spoken in Central Africa. And, well, I'm very happy with what is going on here. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'll be a little bit elaborate on the introduction because that's going to be part of my perspective on what I want to share. My name, as Dr. Uti just said, Ndingwambra Tindonzong Chutezo. And I'm currently the president of the African Association of Georgia. And also, the name Ndingwambra, the first two, the Ndingwambra actually means it's a nobility title. It's a title that was given to me and as an with a role of a cultural ambassador by the kings of my ethnic group, the Ngimbo, as a cultural ambassador to the Americas. And my name's Tindonzong, which is my first name, simply means you don't struggle alone, you don't fight alone, which in other words means together we are stronger. And my last name, Chutezo, simply means whoever attacks you when you've done nothing deserve a double fury. So, I say this, I elaborate on this just to emphasize the fact that names have meanings, and African names especially, and thus something that will be significant in the role of writers and authors. Now, I would like to share this perspective that writers and authors are very important in our development because they are those that tell our stories. And if we don't know our stories, we don't know where we come from. We'll hardly know where we are going. And why do I say this? Because, like one of the greatest African intellectuals, unfortunately not much known, Professor Kumandumbe, he mentions that today Africans go about like people who have lost their memory.
there is some kind of loss of memory that has happened in Africa, that we set our goals, we set our vision based on the stories and the agenda of our colonial masters. And our colonial masters actually began in the 7th century with the invasion in 650 of the Arab Islams, before the Europeans picked up from there, in the 15th century. And today, when we read a lot of contemporary African literature, we realize that we judge ourselves, we seem to judge ourselves beginning from the perspective of the Europeans. I want to therefore share with authors and writers that we have to represent our vision of Africa, our vision of our people, our vision of our nation. I know most people would say that there are many countries in Africa or many nations in Africa. That's not something that I share. I share that we are supposed to be one nation. We are one people. Of course, we do have our internal diversities, like everywhere else in the world, but that should rather work as a strength. And that for us to achieve our common vision, for us to achieve greatness as it was in the past, the role of the writer is fundamental, because before any other race came up in the world, we were here and every other race came out of us. It's very true that there's only one race in the world, the human race. And the human race started in Africa with Africans. And we can, of course, borrow from other cultures what is good, but we cannot forget that we hold the original vision of the world, and that our ancestors laid down a path for us, and reinventing the wheel is just more confusion. And who else can tell those stories, rekindle the fond memories, the great memories of the past, other than authors, writers, be it through cinematography, be it through books and, and every other form of expression. Who else can do that? I also want to share that the theme of this summit that is intertwined with leadership is great, and really something that I think it was really time that we talk about leadership and the promotion of leadership. And I definitely praise this organization for integrating that and for working on, on promoting leadership. But the other question I ask is, why is there so much failure of leadership in Africa? Why has it become so much something of a necessity today? And why is it that we risk talking about it for a long time? I would like to share is that it is because we are very fast forgetting our past. We're very fast forgetting that we have had leaders before. We very fast forget that we had visionaries, and that at a certain time, at a certain point in time, we seem to want to reinvent the wheel. We seem to be leaving our culture. There are lots of stories that have to be told from our culture. And as they say, a man without knowledge of his culture is like a tree without roots. We are mostly dangling in the air. I don't care how much you want to teach somebody something. If they don't know who they are, they don't know where they are coming from, then they will just keep blowing like a candle in the wind. So I just say this to come back to the fact that the role of authors, of writers, is crucial. And this also should be embedded in some presentation of the works with dignity and pride of who they are, with truth, bound with vision for the future. Because when we read a lot of works today, we realize that some write because it is going to bring money. Of course, it brings residual income. Some do it because they are like, they have grown in kind of like a griot culture. That means they sing praises to others, and that is how they make their living. And for those who have come up from places, I come from Central Africa, and that part was carved by Europeans and named Cameroon. Cameroon actually means in Pidgin, for those who speak Pidgin, we call it Njanga. Njanga is what? It's shrimps, you know. Cameroon means shrimps. That's what they named that part of Africa. The Germans colonized that part of Africa, and in the post-war era, it was shared between the British and the French. And when I grew up, one of my greatest fights when I was in the university was in terms of educational reform. And that fight landed me in exile. Why? Because the works, the books that we study, especially those in the English-speaking countries, you have something a little better. But Cameroon, though it is both English-speaking and French-speaking, Anglophone and Francophone, it is considered a French interest. And the curriculum is designed with the input of the French. They have French advisors at all levels of the country. And you cannot produce anything that can bring development in that country. It must be sanctioned by the French. If you also look at one of the greatest scholars, I think he's one of the greatest geniuses that ever lived in the world, Professor Sheikh Anta Diop, you realize that it took him quite a while for him to do his to defend his thesis, his doctoral thesis. Why? Because he was going to scientifically prove that the civilization that took place in Egypt was a civilization of African people, of black people. That the kings, the pharaohs, and all those great leaders of the time, they were black. And he was going to prove that even with, you know, they took samples of melanin, you know, from the pharaohs. And of course, these samples were tested because it was not of the European taste that a people that they have colonized, that they have subjugated, should be seen as those from whom they learned what they know. So that is why I say it would take honesty for writers. It would take a sense of dignity and that collective vision of where we want to go as Africans, in what direction we want to go, and how we can achieve greatness. These aspects, I suggest, should be incorporated in the writings. And there is not any better teaching of our people than what is going to come in the books. We also have to learn, but learn also from other progressive cultures. What are others doing to move ahead that we are not doing? That we started civilization, we started the world, humanity as a whole, and we are lagging behind. And today, it is necessary for us to learn leadership skills. We should also learn from others. What did they do that we have not done? And how do we transmit that to the generations that are coming? There are certain things that we may not be able to come back on nowadays because we have been compromised ourselves. One of the things that I think we've been compromised with is religion. Religion is something great, has a lot of good teachings. Islam, Christianity, they have brought a lot that we can use and integrate and add to what we already have. But we seem to follow the agenda of those who brought it rather than the essence of what it teaches. Today, my generation especially, I had a foreign name, like most people maybe sitting here today to have. But when I was growing, if you call me Tendozong, then there's a fight because it's like you're calling me a village boy. You had to call me by what we call the English name. Some call it Christian name. Or you had to call me maybe Momodu or Muhammad or something, which sounds, Middle Eastern. I will call it, a Muslim name or things like that. You have to, those are things that we look at as being civilized. So when you were called a name that is foreign by those who enslaved us and had a design, when they brought something good, but had a design behind it. So when you call us by those names, then we feel civilized. So we missed the whole point about civilization. We missed the whole point about faith. And we still propagate that. How do we expect the next generation to settle and carry forth the agenda of our people and bring development? Japan, today, they had influence from the West, from the East. China, they all had influence from Germans, Portuguese, English, and all of that. They were colonized too. How did they get to where they got to today? Is it by following blindly those who colonized them? No. They said, well, let's look back to the future. And what was that back? Their culture. That's why Japan went back to Shintoism. In China, you had the Cultural Revolution. It was started by Mao Zedong. See where they are today. They are more populated than the entire Africa. If we don't come together, we don't become a nation and one people and forge for ourselves a common vision. Not actually forging, because Marcus Garvey, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, and more that I can name have already forged that vision. All we just need is to tap into it and continue where these forefathers left us. If we don't do that, then we're going nowhere. And again, who else can guide us to that other than writers and authors? So I just want to say that, and to conclude by saying that I'm very happy we have a forum like this that exists. I'm very happy we have great people like yourselves who are here today, that we can tell our stories and together combine our vision to make a greater Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow.
That was Ndei Wabua Tedozo, the president of the African Associations of Georgia. If you listened keenly, you would have heard amazing revelations, informations that sometimes are not out there. But right here, we tell the truth. We say it as it is. But then, we can also look forward to see that he made a clarion call on every one of you who is a writer. As a writer, we're supposed to be the moral barometers of our society. The power of the pen, the power of books cannot be overemphasized because they outlive us.
That's right.
And those informations never die. Things can be online and they can be deleted.
That's true.
But these hard copies won't die. You can gather them and burn them, but there will always be remnants. Those remnants will always resurface.
Even if you burn them, they will still exist.
And
in
you
ashes.
can still pull the ashes and recreate them.
Yeah.
So what am I trying to say? These words are powerful.
That's right.
We have been called to say it as it is. To leave legacies that will outlive everyone. But again, what do we write? Are we writing the truth? Are we writing for posterity? Or we just want to write because we want to make money? When you read books of people who have gone before us, who are still alive today, the books of Chinua Achebe, the books of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, these are books that any time they are like now. Why? Because they were true, relevant to the society, to the environment. Today, everything we write must reflect the truth. Africa is in shambles, but the restoration is imminent. As we get ready to begin presentations, I try to reflect on the books I have seen here, and my excitement is limitless. Different books tell different stories, and different book speaks of different things. The world we get to see in the couple of minutes when these presentations will begin. But I just want to take a quick look at the books I've seen on stand right now. And I guess more are coming. When Tedozon was speaking, he said something very germane. He said, we embraced Western civilization and colonization. We embraced their religion, not looking at the essence for which they were brought, but ended up assimilating the purpose of the people that brought it. And by so doing, we lost track. Because if we took the essence, our reactions would have been different as Africans. But now we have been encapsulated by their own whims and caprices. So we are running their race in disguise. Just like we say that the essence of education is for application. Ability to understand what we have studied and then apply it, just like we talked about yesterday, what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore, took the Western education and readapted it to the Singaporean environment. And it turned out better for that environment. Today, we are picking that model, the Singaporean model, as what we think it is awesome. But somebody did something extraordinary. And that is our call. And as Africans, what are we doing? We have this responsibility as writers to begin to pencil, to begin to pen down these concepts, to be able to transform the mindset, the thinking of our youths and upcoming generation. That where our fathers have missed it, where we have missed it, so that they wouldn't miss it. Now we are recalibrating what has gone wrong for the future. Have a task, and that is the essence of what we are doing here. We must ensure that as we write, we must have that at the back of our mind. The essence is for transformation. The essence is for our good. Anything black is seen as evil. They paint God and Christ, they paint white, they paint the devil, they paint black. That's why everything negative starts with black. Blackmail. Blacklist. Everything black. Black Friday.
Black Lives Matter.
Now we are trying to re-engineer that even the black also is important because it matters. But why always attribute black people with negativity? And unconsciously we buy it. But the time has come for that change. And the onus is on you and I to make that change. Understand, I saw a book that I'm still wobbling with, Cocaine Hoppers. But that book narrowed down to Nigeria, talking about trafficking. The world is bedeviled by the negative effects of hard and illicit drugs. But I'll leave it to the author to digest and to give us the nitty-gritty of that book when they got into presentation. I saw a book that's called Power to the People. Our advancement is in our hands. The fulfillment of this aspiration is in our hands. The people matter. The people have the final say. It does not matter how powerful a cabal may be, but that cabal can be brought down by the voice of the people, if they speak in unison. The only challenge is the fact that the cabal has the ability to sow seeds of discord among the people. And that's why they have ensured that hunger and poverty pervades the face of Africa. And so the people are left to every crumb that is fed them. And they feel. I just saw a video circulating that people are going for election and they are offering them, they give you 400 naira. They give you a can of soda and you pass. You have your voter's card, yes, take. Hunger. No wonder even in the Bible, Esau sold his birthright just for a morsel of bread. When hunger comes, people don't care anymore. They just want to eat to survive. And then they sell their conscience, they sell their destiny, they ruin their life and the future of their children. And these politicians know how to do that. They learned it very well from these slave masters. But shall we allow this to continue? No. And when I saw that book, that the people matter, the people must come to understand who they are and the power that they have as a group. Well, we'll hear more from the author as we get into presentations. And in Nigeria today, there is a crisis that is looming. I just saw that book, The Case for Biafra Restoration. The call for Biafra is still very eminent, in spite of the failure in 1967 and 1970 that led to the Civil War. But now again, it is being reinvigorated. Why? Because they did not learn from the first experience. No measure was taken to ameliorate the call, to answer to why that happened in the first place. Because nothing has happened, the call is being revisited. Just like what is happening in Cameroon with the Amazonians. You can't step on a child and ask the child not to cry. No. Today they are all only calling for a referendum. Let us agree on how that we can be governed. You cannot say I am an equal partner and yet I don't have a say. No. But I know that that book will tell us which way to go. I want guys to be very much ready to see what comes from that presentation. And we are in a foreign land today here, as Africans, we're in the United States. And most people, when they come, some don't even know which way to go. And there is a book in the house that is very explicit, immigration to citizenship. Help people to know how to settle in, what steps to take. So you can see that these are books from multiple facets. There's a book that is talking about the unification of Africa with the one language, Kiwashele. If we had one language, language is a very powerful tool. If we all spoke in one voice, we all spoke in one language, it would be very difficult to break into Africa. But Africa is multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-everything. In Nigeria alone, we have over 600 and something languages, or dialect and dialectics. If you come to one state, you find multiple cultures. In my state alone, it is terrible. In my local government, we have, if you come to Onelga, Oba women don't do local government. Oba speak different, don't speak different. We must speak different. In this other community, they also have different dialects. And so they're using these language differentials to break in. And so what we are here today, we'll see different approaches to the struggle, to the fight for liberation and for efficient leadership in Africa. And so, while we're getting ready for the next segment, we'll take a quick break right now. Some music in the background, and people can just take a look at these books while we get ready to start. In doing that, we are calling on everyone. Just go behind and do what you can do. Donations, contributions for the fundraising for Ali, donation for the Book Olympics. We'll just do that in a couple of minutes, and I'll call us back to order, and we'll enter the next phase. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to also welcome our friend who is on the camera today, Obi Okezie. You're welcome, sir.
Oh Lord!
All right, guys, so let's quickly do that, and I'll call us back to order. I also want to welcome Denise Gazam in our midst this morning. She'll also be presenting when we return. Thank you, and see you soon.
Very good summary, very good synopsis of the book. Anything can happen.
Jojo on the wheels of steel, and I go by the name Jake Slug. Keep on slamming.
forget. You talk, you collect.
Your donations, your contributions, just go behind, they are waiting, please. Thank you.
Number one, DJ Jojo.
Mama Zurarube. Draw me nearer, my God. Draw me nearer to thee. Jesus, my soul save me. Father, draw me nearer. I pray. Draw me nearer. Oh, me, oh, yeah. Jehovah Jireh, oh, me, oh, yeah. Abu me, oh, me, oh, yeah. Oh, me, oh, yeah, no, yeah. Jehovah, me, oh, yeah. Oh, me, oh, yeah. Oh, me, oh, yeah, me, oh, yeah, me, oh, yeah. Oh, me, oh, yeah, me, oh, yeah, me, oh, yeah. Oh, me, oh, yeah, no, yeah. Thou art worthy. Thou art worthy, O Lord. Worthy, O Lord. To receive glory, honor, and power. Mountains and fall and pressure, they are put us all amen. Jesus spoke, he is all akube. Jesus spoke, one eye say, why not be better?
Fresh, now only monkey go say you know fine, Bella. Fire the people.
Mr. Flavor on the microphone.
When you see a woman with a bishop, you don't know. Are you ready now? Yo, show them. Show them. Mr. Flavor, shake you. Shake you.
Yeah.
and take a look. All right? Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you. You want to sit? Come on.
Imagine life without no money. You go suffer, tire. Imagine life without corruption. Some guys say that would be you don't pay, I don't listen to the meat. You go, they fish, you go, feed you, want you go, they going to back along. Leave the mayor on, if I'm a book, go back, I'm a melon, not Papa Nene, I said, I'm a man, you when they go outside the check, you want the moment, then you just
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Casey Limpopo. I want to tell you a story, and you are going to like the glory. No, you face police station, they will face you. We are there today, now I got the grace you. Before when they see Casey, all of them balaga. Now when they see me, they say church. Money go through your ass out. People go fight for your matter. Government do up for you. He go do up for you. I see you well if I am well if I am. He go do up for
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome back to the next segment of this event. Please, can everyone be seated, please? Welcome back, welcome back. Please take your seats and let's proceed. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, the first segment was beautiful. We listened to the executive director enunciate the concept behind this organization and the drive. And then we'll listen to the president of the African Association of Georgia, Ndo Terozong. And now we're back to proceed to the next phase. Next phase, we'll begin to look at the books. One after the other, we're going to hear authors present their books. But we're not just presenting books. We're not just dissecting these books. We also have presentations of organizations that also help remold the mind and help people to be outspoken and help Africans to take pride in themselves. So a lot of things are going on today. But we want to start right now. I want to call on the first presenter this afternoon. And I'll indulge while he's presenting, you can just walk around and take a look at the materials on his desk. I guess that will help us to see these things and you can understand what he's talking about. He'll be presenting works of different authors in his own interpretation, and that will help us understand so we could look them up and get for further studies and further knowledge. Please join me as I call on Nde Mwabawatio Tedozon for his presentation, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amechi. And you know, if everyone was a writer, or if there are lots of works there and there are no people to read it, then it does not help. Correct. So there should be someone who is out there promoting what the authors are doing, trying to get to the target population, and that is one of the things I enjoy doing. You know, sharing the works of authors, contemporary authors, especially works that guide our common vision towards the greatness of Africa. And that being said, I would like to invite everyone, around this table, since I'm going to be very brief, to show it. If you don't mind, and you can come around the table, it may make it easier for me to present that. And if this great organization does not mind, I would like to have this right in the background of my presentation. Okay.
No, yes.
There we go. That's wonderful. So I'll quickly share these books because they are very good for Reader's Digests, and just maybe one or two sentences about each. Here, for example, we have the works of one of the works of a great professor here in Georgia. He's a professor of economics at the University of Georgia. Professor Greg Fonsa Esuduge, and he actually came out with this dictionary. He's one of the authors of this dictionary, which is both in the Lekon language and English. Because I was going through the magazine and I see that one of the great things that the African Union has done is that of promoting African languages. There's actually, just as soon as latest as July, there was a book summit, an African, book summit in Ouagadougou, in Burkina Faso. And so, bringing the language to the people, that's one of the things he does. And, he's of the Mbo people who today could arguably be said to be the ancestors of mankind. And they are located in Central Africa, again, where the colonialists call Cameroon. Here comes also the work of one of the greatest all-time intellectuals in Africa. He is still living, in his 80s right now. And he's called Professor Kumandumbe III. And he wrote Africa is Calling. He has quite a few works here that are very contemporary. He's author of over 73 publications, and also has an institute. And I guess Iaaas would like to probably work with him because he's promoting leadership, and also has doctoral programs, in his palace, because he's a king. So Prince Kumandumbe, he's located again also in Douala, in Cameroon. He's a publisher of this, and this book, Winback. Those are all his publications, and his son Keops also is one of those. He's a publisher. So. Then here comes another book that shows another angle of Africa, the one we are all fighting against, that of corruption. Corruption, and this is Gangster State, which is published by actually honored to say a classmate of mine, through whom we went through certain struggles. We were in jails. And he went on exile, and but again in exile he suffered a lot of adversities. And he writes this book is based on Tanzania, the corruption in Tanzania, and how he went through a few things, and it kind of like shows the plight of most African countries today. When you read this, you could place this book in Nigeria, you could place it in Malawi, you could place it in Egypt, you could place it in any African country, and it would basically give that. And that's one of the things, I guess, we're working on leadership to overturn. Right here, we have a book that is, yeah, the price, it's on Amazon also. Yeah, and I think the prices we could talk about that later on. Yes, yeah. This book, this one is particularly in French, and this is the same thing in English here. It talks about the culture of the Bamileke people. The Bamileke are a Tika, a subsection of the Tika cultural group. The Tikas, you find them in Cameroon, you find them in Nigeria, and it gives a lot of explanation to a lot of things that today we have been told by Westerners that most of the things that we are doing are juju. If they see me in this, they say, "Oh, this, since it does not look like something from Europe, it must be some kind of juju. There must be some evil spirits behind it or things like that." And it basically explains different things. How did people become chiefs? What happened in the past? What did we have as vision? What are our values? Our values, it tells us about our values and different things for us as Africans. And now this here, I guess a lot of us here may be familiar with this book. I saw it on display on the other side here. The author, I thought he was going to be here himself, is Dr. Otengo. And he wrote on one of the things that I'm very much particular about, the Kiswahili language. In 2004, the African Union actually adopted Kiswahili as the national language of Africa. And I know most people are going, but hey, there's a lot of Arabic that is spoken in Africa. There's a lot of other languages that are spoken in Africa. So why Kiswahili? And you'll be surprised that some of the advocates for this language as a national language actually came from that northern part of Africa. So Kiswahili, Swahili is one of the most widely spoken African language. It is true it was commercial and borrowed some vocabulary from Turkish, from Arabic, from Indian, and most of the Indian Ocean. It is mostly spoken in Eastern Africa, but it is a Bantu-based language. So, an African Union adopted it. Unfortunately, since 2004, most African countries have never even told their people that we have a national language in Africa, and it is not promoted. So people are still debating. When that debate is over, here is a publication of, may his soul rest in peace, Photo Victor. This is one of the business magnates who wrote on 36 advices of secret to succeed in business. And this is one of the most successful African businessmen. In fact, we can say Aluko Dangote in Nigeria is the Photo Victor of Nigeria. So I hope that makes a good picture to understand the kind of a businessman it was. Unfortunately, COVID took him from us a few months ago. And so here, this is a publication from an Atlanta area-based author. He's from West Africa, Professor Omo Tiojo. And I think last time he had promised to be here. Unfortunately, he's not here. But he wrote on something that is very significant. Africa and Africans in the diaspora. There is what they call the African divide. What causes it? When Africans leave Africa and come here, those Africans who came here by the ships some 400 years ago seem to be their greatest, their greatest pushback. And it is shocking. And again, there's a lot of poor narrative on the Africans who live here on the part of those from Africa. I guess everybody has heard of that appellation, Akata. And Akata in Yoruba simply means like a wild animal and things like that. So why that kind of narrative? So this book kind of like helps us understand the background to all of that. And so we can understand the design. Where does that come from? Why should that get into our narrative? Can we change that narrative and be one people? Then, again, here still Professor Ndumbe. And this here is, in terms of linguistics, this is something, well, my background is in language sciences. I'm a linguist. And I'm very particular about this being that it talks about alphabets in different, in African alphabets. We very fast realized that the alphabet that we use, the Latin alphabet that we use, does not translate well in our languages. Any of the languages that we speak here, if you try to represent it in English, a lot of these people will pronounce it very wrongly. So that is why we have books that have to do with African languages. Nigeria, for example, is the highest, speaks 500 languages. That is the highest in Africa and second in the world. They're only second to India. Cameroon speaks 300 languages and is second in Africa, just next to Nigeria. And, we have something, we have words that have African alphabets. And just so you know, though it's not included there, one of the languages that were there, one of the scripts, most powerful scripts in Africa is the Nsibidi script, which was developed in eastern Nigeria and Cameroon area. That script, if you use that alphabet, it will better translate the languages that we talk about. But how many Africans do even know about the Nsibidi script? So here we have a publication. I know for those Africans who I know we are being followed from all over the world directly. But again, if you want to know more about what is happening in the African community in the United States, and here we have someone who came all the way from Rwanda, may want to promoting products from Africa and things like that. They may want to get familiar with this book. It is published by one of the an innovative press that is here, Amafor. The CEO is Mr. William Tumo, and they go to embassies and all of that and talk about Africa, present Africa to the world. So we have current magazines that can help bridge the gap between Africa and the United States, and it talks about the lifestyle of also the Africans in the United States, success stories of Africans in the United States. And the Amafor magazine is published both in English and in French. So on this side you see French, on this side is English. That just basically sums up what I was going to present. And once more, thanks very much to the Association of African Authors and Scholars. Thanks that you give this platform that we can be able to better tell our stories and move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. That was Nde Nwabwa Tetozong presenting various books of African authors to the House. Thank you for a job well done, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now you will see from that presentation that Africans are great and different works tell different stories. Different work expresses different ills of our society, and some promote some crazy and amazing values of the African continent. Now, we have a lot of people in the house today who have presentations to make, but before we continue, let me officially welcome some who walked in while presentations were going on. It's my pleasure to once again appreciate the presence of Malaise de Paul Ngassam. Thank you for coming, ma'am. I also want to appreciate the presence of Dr. Lloyd Onyerimba. Thank you so much for coming in, sir. I also want to appreciate the presence of Fidelis Array. Fidelis, you're welcome. Nice to see you again. While that is going on, I want to quickly say that lunch is on the way. So as they just come in, we'll break again to be able to do that. so that we don't spend the whole day. It's already 1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding with the next presentation. I would love to call on our friend. I said that book has been ringing in my head. So I want us to go this way, all right, so that we can follow the trail. So next on that line is no other person than Dr. Jude Royce Obor. Please, we can all move close to his stand and let's hear all about this amazing book. Yeah, you can stay behind or whichever way you want to stand so that people can be around you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Cocaine Harpers, Jude Royce Obor. Actually, what motivated me into diving into such a topic is the verse. I had to make a transition from agricultural engineering after working years for the United Nations, FAO, in various continents and countries. I specialize in agricultural engineering. That's what brought me out from Nigeria in 1976. Selected by the federal government on the scholarship. We're united with students from Singapore and Malaysia, but where are those countries they were in Nigeria? So things happen. And along the line, while I was on international engagements, things did happen. People who were born in Nigeria in the 50s know exactly what I'm talking about, the values changed. Then, well, the greatest thing that happened to me is when the UN came to the university where I was specializing in Florence, in Italy, and selected me for working. I worked in Zambia, Botswana, Zimbabwe. And then, along the line, traveling all over the continents, like I worked in Australia, worked in Western Samoa, I had Thailand, I was 4 years in Cape Verde's Island, where I worked also in drip irrigation. I'm a drip irrigation specialist. So, along the line, when we were working, if the crossing of borders and people realized that even though I had a UN passport, moving all along, they will always say, where are you originally from? Like those countries where they are really, I don't know, racist, you can say, but I don't know. Well, they pull out, oh, you're Nigerian. Oh, hold on. Well, let's take you in. Anyway, all of us suffered all those humiliations. Nigerians here are conversant with what I say. Anyway, so a lot of things started motivating me. I was born, we had Biafra War, all those wars in Nigeria, we had Biafra War. And it did a lot of things when I was growing up. So I dreamt of being an agricultural engineer, I achieved that. And I saw this dream of working with United Nations. Okay, but then I was still, a lot of things going through my head. Like, why is Africa the way it is? What's wrong with us? What's wrong with the diaspora? I lived in all these countries. And in Australia, Aboriginal, wherever you have a black man, it's like war. It's like criminalization, marginalization, and everything. So, these are what they did something with me. I was messed up upstairs. And I promised myself, I said, once I've consolidated agriculture, there's something else I want to seek the answers to. And that's the questions, what is wrong with the continent? And especially Nigeria. Then, when I moved to the Netherlands, where I lived for the past 25 years, I've been abroad like 1977, right? Then, when I was the Dutch Minister of Justice, they came to me one time and they said, you have languages. God, you are Nigerian, you have languages. You have this Igbo and you have Pidgin and all that, and you speak Italian, you speak Dutch fluent and all that. I have a working language of knowledge of French, but also Portuguese and Portuguese Creole. I speak fluent. Then they asked me, you have to do something. We need you in another stage of development where you need to work as a consultant for the Minister of justice. I said, what has agriculture got to do with justice? They said, because we've heard you speak in certain occasions that we think that maybe you have something disturbing you in your head, and if you want to know that answers, when we look at the anger that you speak and the emotions and everything you brought, maybe you can do something. Come and do something with your languages. I said, okay, well, now, all right. Basically, I'm not going to go into these details, it will be for another time. But then, on hands on the job, I started saying, what is wrong with Africa? Now they told me. Then in another presentations, international engagements everywhere, whether it's in Hong Kong or in Asia or wherever it is, presenting, they told me, but if you have this question, there's two things you gotta do. One is you go and study international criminal law, or you go and study criminology. But if you take on international criminal law, what will you achieve? You will achieve only a part of the solution. But when you look at criminology, you will have an eclectical view of what is wrong with Africa, drawing from economical, social, and political, and every aspect of it religious. Then you boil down to, you can find the answers you're looking for yourself. So I took that. I did global criminology. That was in 2007. I started that, hands on the job. While doing my job, I started that. Brilliant. But it's like a jungle. What you discover is like pushing you more, and you say, what? And then, right, a hell lot of issues started. I am taking on drug trafficking as one of the social problems that is killing Africa, that is especially in Nigeria. We know that in the last decades now, Nigerians have dominated the international drug trafficking from West Africa or from the sub-Saharan Africa. It's no secret. We know about that. And then we know that Nigerians are also involved in whether advanced fee fraud and all that others. All that has gone wrong in Nigeria. And when Nigeria sneezes, it passes to other African countries. We are aware of all these things. But then the value changing, drug trafficking is just one of those symptoms that I took to look at and talk about the broader issue that dealing and killing that nation, but also affects the whole continent in various degrees. Then I started digging into from the 14th century coming up to why things are the way they are. We've been affected by slavery, we've been affected by colonization, all those things I talk in the book. The book is like, now, for cocaine, why cocaine? Cocaine is one of the most important drugs in the world. Without cocaine, the hospitals will not function. It's like heroin where you take number 2. But cocaine, particularly, think about operations. Think about an anesthesia. Think about all those things. It's based on cocaine. Think about the food industry. Think about whatever we have to think about food, whether it's Coca-Cola, first Coke and cola from West Africa is what we're drinking, right? Cocaine. But codeine, all those things. Think about the importance of all these drugs. Think about the importance of these drugs in the entertainment industry today, right? So cocaine is too much important. It is too much important because of what? Because of its economical importance. We are not the people that started cocaine trafficking. I heard you talk about Cameroon. I heard you, but when we go deep into why, we link it to colonialism, we link it to slavery. I will explain all this things, but I think time is short. However, what is important is what the colonial masters have done. When we go to 1950, 1932, the British experimented coca plantation taken from Indonesia, but also from South America to Nigeria and to Cameroon. They tried that in so many botanical gardens around in Calabar, Nigeria, everywhere, Abeokuta. But then, so it is important to say that Nigeria has been made an international hub of cocaine trafficking before ever we had our independence. But these files are hidden. So, in 1952, the first international traffickers from Nigeria and Ghana were done by the Lebanese. The Lebanese started that, and the Americans are aware of it. The international communities are aware of all these things happening. So, why is it happening? The Nigerian state crisis, as I talk in chapter 2, or chapter 1, no, chapter 2, tells us Why Nigeria? We are present today. We heard in the 80s, in the late 70s and 80s, about the elite involvement in cocaine trafficking and drug trafficking. That was, calling cocaine to the summit of power in Nigeria. Who were those? The elites that we heard. All of you heard them, don't need to mention names and all that. But it is real that they did it. When you link to Delegiwa killing and all that, you will know who I'm talking about. It is fact because the international community knows that and all that. So what we have seen is the democratization of drug trafficking in Nigeria because the elite did that, and well, it boiled down to everybody doing it, right? Okay, why? Because there's money in it, huge money. When you succeed, you get money. I started digging into this to use it as one of those main factors. I penetrated and I classified the 6 categories of international Nigerian involvement in cocaine trafficking, drug trafficking. And drug trafficking, make no mistake, is linked to human trafficking, it's linked to all these other things, but let's concentrate on that. All these factors are what I'm expert in the last 20 years. I researched for that 20 years to produce this book. So it's not something. I heard speakers saying that Africa has lacked research much to societies, and that's true. Why did I research for 20 years in order to produce the book? It's an academic book. When you read it, it is important to criminal justice, it is important to criminologists, as important to sociologists and law students, and so on and so forth. That is why it has its own review. It had the panel that reviewed that and recommended that for academic book. So it's an academic book. What I did was to follow them in countries. I spent all my money, basically. People say, you are crazy. When the experts advised me that follow this, if you want to do it, put all your life in it, and then produce something. Well, that's something I produced. It's like, it took me to countries. I did Brazil. I lived in Brazil. I did Thailand. I did China. People talk about Malaysia. When I talk, I get so emotional because of people, because of guys I see that are being killed. I interviewed in various prisons in Asia, Malaysia, and whatever. So these things in China, in Indonesia, why are Nigerians, why are Africans being killed? Why are we keeping silent? Why shouldn't we talk? Why shouldn't we make this fact known? So this is what you read further in this book. The countries I've called, plus the countries I've done in Europe, in Holland, where I've lived, where I'm nationalized also, but also in Italy, where I studied and lived for 14 years. I speak Italian fluent, all of you know that, and Dutch fluent. So, when I did, whether Germany or Holland or England and all those things, visiting prisons and all that, and had seen Nigerians serving lengthy years of imprisonment, like in Brazil. Can you imagine where somebody is in prison for 60-something years? That's Nigerians, right? But that's also African countries. I'm not saying, I'm talking about Nigerians, but actually I'm referring to the continent, right? Okay, when you go to Indonesia and you see people dead road, and I interview them, and then in Malaysia, I interview them. As far back as 1982, Nigerian was, Ipaman was the first person to be murdered in Malaysia. Well, the point is, when we talk of drug trafficking, it looks as if we are talking only about drug trafficking. But the point is, criminology is about development. It's about prevention. How do we develop? And I come to the point where speakers have spoken about what we need to do, whether it's from, we talked about religious, we talked about names and all that, how we inherited all these things. Yes, you read them also in this book. You read about what is important, how do we develop, what is development. For me, I define that with all the cultures I've seen, that development is a mentality. How do we develop? It's like a computer. When you have a computer devoid of your what? Devoid of the softwares, how can you develop? Nigeria cannot develop. And it is not all about money, because money is what it is. It's an important component. If you take to Singapore, you know, Singapore don't have so many natural resources, but they got money also, but awareness and education is the most important thing. My brothers, I think that Nigerians and international cocaine trafficking can be diminished, can be reduced, like when we draw experiences from China, in Guangzhou, where I have, since 2006, did my research in Guangzhou and followed the development of Nigerians in Guangzhou. How did Nigerians contribute to mitigating drug trafficking among Nigerians in Guangzhou? I think that stands a chance when we study that and see that they have formed a community of Nigerians in Guangzhou to say no to drug trafficking, or to mitigate that, help the society mitigate that. That could be a model for any other country and for any other African societies anyway. These things are written in that book.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Obo.
Talking about its implication to Nigeria, to Africa, to the world.
Yes.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much for
Thank
this.
you.
I could talk like...
I know. Thank you so much, Dr. Obo. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Yeah, sure. Sure. If you want to ask any question, please do. All right.
Okay, thank you, my brother. That's an amazing shot. You talked so much about Nigeria getting involved in cocaine business. At the back of your mind, I want to know, what is that value that you really want to address by this book? Are you looking at those people that are just, because in Nigeria we don't produce cocaine, we only Korea. Were you able to address also those people that consume? We don't consume, you know that also. Most times, I'm coming. Some people produce Nigeria, Korea to consumers. Were you able to also address those people that produce cocaine, or you're just targeting Nigerians that Korea and also those people consuming it? Second question is, you did criminology, like you said. The legal part of it, we know a lot of people have been killed, unjustly, because I've been to Malaysia also. There are people, they arrest you people, even if you're innocent, you're in. They don't even when you get a Malaysian visa, they just stamp it there that if they catch you, that's it, death sentence. So a lot of people have been killed unjustly. Yeah. Why? Because either the company of those people that do this thing, as a legal man, were you able to address that aspect also, so that where legal entity will be able to look into it critically, so that innocent people won't be So,
in summary, just in 1 minute, just give us your response.
Yes, please. I address all these issues you raised in this book. So I did the whole chain. I did not do one aspect of cocaine trafficking. I did from production to consumption and recommendations on how we could mitigate that problem.
Awesome.
What that? It's all addressed here. I'm coming to the fact that we don't know the amount of people that are killed today. We don't know the amount of people that are innocent and in jail. We don't know, like Jeff died, like they killed Jeff in Indonesia in 2016, right? Jeff was innocent, but Indonesians killed him. Why? Four Nigerians were killed between 2015 and 2016. A lot of them, most people who are in jail today are innocent. All these things addressed in this book.
So if you want all these responses, buy this book and you get a copy and you find out the answers. Thank you. The answers are all there in the book. So if you want more details, get a copy.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Obo. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Wow. You see why I said it when I started that? There's something about that book that is hitting my head and I just can't wait for that presentation. Dr. Obo, thank you for doing justice to that book. A lot is embedded in that material, but how can you find out? Read. Get a copy. The amount is there. Pick a copy right now and you'll find out all the details you want. Please, the book is here for sale. Just get your copy and get every other copy of every book as they present them for your own knowledge and for your keeps. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Now, before we continue on this book presentations. The financial secretary.
Are the books on sale for anyone here?
Yes, the books are on sale here, and they're also online. You can also get them
On sale at a discount.
at
50% for physical?
Well, the author will tell you how many percent discount is given for that. I wouldn't want to get in there. Please don't rope me in. All right, talk to the author for how much discount is given, but the book is here present for sale. Of course, I mean, for those of us who are live, I mean, we should be able to benefit from that. So you can buy here today for a discount. I don't know how much, but they'll tell you. Then after today, you buy for full price. And again, for those who are watching online, you can also go to our website. You get the book and it will be shipped to you. Thank you. So as we continue with this program, please, I want to bring to the podium the financial secretary of the association who has something to say. It's my pleasure to welcome Nze Obi Ukwoma. Please, sir, come over here. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Obi Ukwoma. I was baptized when I was small by my parents. They called me Ferdinand. So I don't know, I went to the dictionary, tried to find the meaning of it. I couldn't find it. So I just set it aside. I want to answer the one I know the meaning. I'm the financial secretary. I joined this organization about 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, I happened to, this man is a technician. He do a lot of work. I happened to meet our executive director in his office when I was trying to finish my book. And he asked me, are you a member? So, a member of what? Say, Iaaas. I said, I don't know about it. That's when I found interest, and since that time, I cannot do without this organization. So we are asking those who have not joined us, please join us. This is with big interest. We are going to do something to help our people, not only in Black Africa, and in the whole world. Our registration is $25. Annual dues is only $50 for those who have not joined. We are accepting donations from members and friends and well-wishers. We are accepting donations to promote global literacy and literacy empowerment for outstanding book winner. This magazine is free, but if you can give us any amount, if you have one, you can donate any amount from here freely. We can take that. Also, we are accepting donation for Summit Fundraising, Africa International Leadership Institute Campus. And anything, we are 5 non-profit organizations. Anything you can donate to make this organization viable, we're going to accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Obi. Thank you. Yes, you heard him. We're a 501c organization. Donations you make can also be getting back from the IRS, so you're sure that you're not just wasting your money. It's a non-profit organization, and it is duly registered, well established. Again, we have our pin-ups, our lapel pins. You can see what I'm wearing. It's just $10. And our souvenir pen for $10, so you can just pick whatever you want. You'll be able to pass them around. Obi, please pass those pens and pin-ups around for those who have not acquired theirs to please get it. Sure, bring them to Casey here. Bring them to Fred.
What do you think?
I said, bring the pen and the pin-ups and let them have them. Yeah. Casey needs it here. My sister needs it there. See Array behind you. Pass them on. Anyone who hasn't got it should take theirs right now. Thank you so much. So we are continuing right now on the next presenter. Now, if you listened to Obo, you could see the passion in his presentation. He has so much to unleash. I had to practically cut him off because we had other people are waiting, and we don't have all day. But everything he has in his head is in that book. So to tap those empathic expressions, buy that book and you'll get it. I enjoin everyone to please get a copy. Yes, get a copy. For every book that is here, they all have great input in our lives and in the fulfillment of our aspirations. Please get a copy. More so, the idea here is to encourage each other to keep writing. If we write and nobody reads, it doesn't make sense why we write. But if we write and people buy and read, then we encourage every author to keep writing. Please. One of our friends, he's not here today, Troy. Troy will always say that when books are not read, then how did he put that his word? Let me look for Troy's word. I want to quote him directly. Yeah. Troy Castain.
Page 58.
Yes. Go to page 58. You see Troy's words. Troy is an ardent promoter of this organization. He says an author is only useful if people read. Otherwise, knowledge dies with the author. That is profound. That is germane. So, definitely, we are enjoined to please encourage us, encourage one another. We are here to ensure that your books are consumed. We have an online store where our books and materials are on sale. And so those who are watching and listening online, you could just go to our website and go to the online store. You could purchase every material, every book here present, and those of other authors that are not even here right now. Please. Thank you. Yes, Array, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. What you said was very right, and I just wanted to add that any community that doesn't read, that community doesn't advance.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Fred Array. That is awesome. If you don't read, you don't advance. We also know that the human brain is like a grass lawn. But when foot tread on those grass lawn, they create a footpath, right? That is what reading does. It creates a footpath. It leaves indelible marks in you. But when you cordon an area that there are footpaths, what happens? Grass begins to grow again. So as you leave the brain fallow, it continues to die. The day a man stops to read, he begins to die. That is the bottom line. So reading is an inevitable part of our lives if we must grow and continue to advance. So right now, permit me, as they continue to buy their materials, let me call on the next presenter. No other person but our executive director, Chief Chidedubigwe. Please come present your paper. I am changing the positioning right now because I don't want to keep people standing for too long. So just sit and they'll come over here to make their presentations. And if you want to take a look at their books, you can just go to their stand and see what books they have on the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator, the general secretary, and by the grace of God, the registrar of Africa International Leadership Institute. Okay, my book. I hope everybody's hearing me well.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Derek, raise up your hand. That's my son, okay. And that's the table where my book is. Immigration to Citizenship of the United States of America, your resource guide. The bottom line or the summary is orientation. That's where the idea of this book came around. I did my first degree in psychology in University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and yes. Our mascot in that university is lions. So the graduates are called lion, or not the graduate. The students are called lions and lionesses. In my first year, they called us for orientation to brief us about the university, what is going on, and what to expect, what to do right. And so we were in the hall like this, and the moderator asked us to look around the hall. We looked around. The moderator said that the number of us, the first years that are here today, are not the expected number that should be in that university. I mean, it should be there. Because these administrators, they know the exact number of students that has been accepted or admitted into the university. So he said that this number is very, very small to what they expect because they have the statistics with them. But most of the students are not there. They are either maybe somewhere in the party, doing something else. So that being said, that we are doing the right thing. And the university, that university is situated in Nsukka, in Enugu State, Nigeria. It's so big, and it's called the university town. If you come into Nsukka, that's all you see is the university. Everything, allied businesses is associated with that university. So the town is the university is bigger than the town. So it's very necessary that people would have been there to know what is going on there, and that was the purpose of that program, orientation. And then that was when I had the word bona fide for the first time. They told us that some of the students you'll be seeing in this campus are not even students. Some people you'll be seeing, they are not students, they are just left their homes, and their parents probably are supporting them, give them money, but the parents are not following up to know that they are not even students. Some of them have been rusticated, that is sent out of the university. They are there in the hostels, they are there in the lecture rooms, lecture theaters, taking lectures, but they're not students. So that was what really made me think that orientation is very important. And you look at it in our homes. When we have kids, they still have to be oriented into the family. Children will you say, oh, this is your cousin, this is your uncle, this is your sister. But they can make their friends anyway. In the job, orientation. even here, we've been introducing ourselves, saying this is person, this person. So that was when I knew that orientation is very important, and that was what guided me to write this book. For immigrants coming to the United States of America from any part of the world, so that they can know what to expect and know their responsibilities to integrate successfully. That is why it's called Resource Guide. If you open it, this should be working, right? Yeah. Yeah, let me use my two hands. I like using my two hands. So if you open this book, you will see that when immigrants come in, they work in some jobs, and the books, the money, even the money they make, thank you so much. The money they will be making is here, and the fake ones, the money that was being used in the United States but has been discontinued, is here for them to know counterfeit. In case if somebody said, please change this money for me, they can know that that money is not even in existence. General information about the weather, now we're in fall, the weather is changing, for them to know, this is time to change, this is the name of the weather, and this is going to maybe buy something that will benefit you, like light clothes or heavy sweaters, stuff like that. Background checks, social security, and information that can benefit them in applying to change their status. Yeah, everybody that will come here will come first as a visitor. You need to change your status to become a green card holder or permanent resident, and those are the information that is in this book, and it's $20. For the original price is $21.95, but for this event, matter of fact, I can give a discount of $15 for this very, very summit. So my book is all about orientation and the successful integration of immigrants into the United States, so that they can really do what they're supposed to do, survive and succeed. That's what it's all about. And even the constitution of the country is here, because I look at it as, if you're coming to somebody else's country, you have to obey the law. First, you have to know the law, and then obey the law. So you can see how concise the book is. It has the full constitution of the United States to enable them know, step by step, what they can do and what they cannot do, which I call their responsibilities and expectations. It's not just coming in, but what is your own. Yeah, it's not all coming in for your expectations, but you should have responsibilities too, because those responsibilities will become consequences sometime if you don't take time. Because they should know that the driving license they will get sometime is not their right, it's just a privilege. They run above speed limit, they'll be fined for that, and stuff like that. And even students, very, very important for students, because when students are here going to school, the academic structure is very tedious. They have to, some of them go to work, some of them the assignments are very hard. So it's not something they have to not knowing what to do and then be battling with their studies too. So this book will really give them the opportunity. It's very small, it can even fit into a pocket to make references to and check if they are going well, everything is going well, because if they can be able to understand what to do. That's a quotation I made here. Actually, if they can be able to understand what to do and do it right, guess what? Their educational or academic programs will go well, because they know what they're supposed to do and they're doing it well. They are not going to run foul of the law, because in the United States, one thing triggers the other. By the time you don't do something well, in just one incident, then the other issues start falling in, and then before you know it, the students will not we start having problems of battling the law outside and the academics, and that's something you cannot do. You won't be able to juggle that together. So that's what my book is all about anyway. If you need a copy, as I said now, it's $20, but you can pick it up from that young man there, Derek, for $15 as a discount for this event. Thank you, everyone. And any questions? The moderator said you can ask questions. If is there any questions from anyone then?
I have a comment.
Please, go ahead.
Last time when I came, I heard about the book. I
Yes.
guess I'm not very entrepreneur like you, because I have done the same thing in the last almost 25 years. Because once you thread the path in the United States, you know you can appreciate how difficult it is to really do it and do it well. If you don't have the foundation at the beginning, everything goes haywire. I did it, and I have a program that I call mentoring, and it's exactly what you're describing. You have to have a mentor to hold your hand, and it doesn't matter if the person is African, because I did it not willingly, because I just found myself in that position, and people were gravitating toward me and toward the family, and because I have done it, I'm like, oh, you can do this, you can do that. And later on, my background is in education and pedagogy. I realized that to do anything really well, you have to go through, you have to do it as a teaching method. Just like you teach a child, like you say, step one, step two,
That's
step
right.
three. So
That's
everything
right.
you're saying, I do it I call it mentoring. And it's really, once you land in the United States, the environment and the people around you really set the tone for how far you're gonna get, or whatever your circle is gonna be. And it takes a lot of grace if you didn't fall on the right side, or with the right people, with the right crowd, to get out of that. So I really appreciate your book, because I'm immersed in that kind of, it takes a kindness of heart,
Yes.
not to want somebody else to suffer what
Yes.
you suffer.
Exactly.
So really, I appreciate it.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other question?
Yes, just a follow-up to what she said. Omega Studio will purchase one copy and give to her to give to any of her candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Darren, did you see that? Did you hear that?
Thank you.
They need a copy here.
Okay.
Give them a copy. Give them a copy. They need a copy. I'll give them money. So we are here for business.
Thank you.
So any other questions? That's it?
Any other question?
Okay.
In absence of none,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for
Chief
coming,
Igwe.
and thank you everyone for listening, and thank you everyone for being part of this whole show.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
So Obi,
All right.
presentation.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Omega Studio just purchased the copy and they're presenting it to Malays Ngasam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Wow. Thank you. We are making progress. See, that's the spirit. See? Please buy a copy of any of the books you want, and you can even give them as gifts. There are a lot of them here. You can buy one, buy two, buy three, buy 10. Yes, sir?
And as we are listening, and buy it, and remember to be voting for the title of the books.
Yeah.
Not the
As you
author.
listen, as you hear, you begin to see which book makes more sense to you. The voting box is already set. You can just walk behind and vote for the book you want and drop it in the box, and we'll count later. While we're still going on, I also want to reiterate that we're still calling for donations for the promotion of global literacy and literacy empowerment for outstanding book prize winner for today. We are also calling on us to support the fundraising for the African International Institute. Please, you You can just go behind and put your name and drop your check, or you can Zelle it, whichever way you want to send the money. There are so many payment options, you'll be told. If you want ATM, the ATM right here. We have an ATM point, so there's no excuse to go anywhere. Write your check, or you use your ATM, or you Zelle directly from your phone. So whichever way, we are accepting those payment options. Please, thank you. So as we proceed, but I want to quickly chip this before we move to the next presenter. The importance of the last presenter's book is very, very necessary to reiterate. Most of us came here as immigrants, and many people out there are. And so I want you to have this at the back of your mind, that when you come across anyone, please talk about this book, that you can find the material that could help you to understand what you do. As new students come on board, let them pick a copy and understand what they need to do per time. Not just a student. There are people who come in and try to settle in here. They need to understand which way to go. What do they need to do to be able to regularize their stay before they fall out of status? The earlier they do that, the safer. So when they understand what to do from the day they get into this country, it is helpful so that they don't get into ISIS Wahala. Okay? So, because when eyes come after you, you are your own. But that being said, that book is very resourceful and very helpful. So, we are trying to quickly take, because one of us wants to run away, has another engagement. So I will juggle the position right now. Professor Odo, you bear with me. I was supposed to come to you, but I'll skip you right now. I want to call on Malaise Ngassam to make her presentation quickly. Yeah, with Nde Tedozo. So please, let's listen to Malaise and hear what she has to say. She's not presenting a book, but she's presenting something that is amazing and outstanding. Yes.
I'm sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Malaise Depo Gassam, and I'm here presenting. I'm not presenting a book. Book is to stimulate mind, to get us in action. I'm here to promote action, stimulate people's mind with action. Almost 4 years ago, I joined an organization. The organization name is called All Bamileke Association. Nde is a notable. In Nigeria, you call that chief. It's one of our notable in the association. So I became a member of that association strictly because I was touched. I was invited to the gala, and I was touched by what I heard. Because I was raised in service and humanitarian work, and I had just lost my mother. And I stopped everything in my life. I stopped my work because I wanted to do something. My mother died out of sheer neglect. And to me, I could not continue my life as it is. Nothing was worth it. I had to stop and think and ask for guidance, divine guidance. And I realized that I have to put my passion into doing humanitarian work and teaching people how to be kind to one another. Because we can have all the money in the world, but if one person decides not to be kind, you can lose your life. That's what happened to my mother. So a friend of mine introduced me, invited me to a gala. And when I got there, what they were talking about, the images they were showing. These are people, these are Cameroonian, like me, African. They are going around once a year, having a red carpet affair, everybody dressed up, and we, Cameroonian, we like to show up. We, Bamileke, we know how to show up. So it's a very grand affair, but they collect money, and every single year they're doing something back home. So as we say, charity begins at home, but not just charity begins at home. We have to show. How do we show it? This association was created, All Bamileke Association was created in 2007. And starting in 2013, they started doing work at home, development work at home, humanitarian work. They went to orphanages. Members of the association would vote every year for a project to be accomplished back home. We have in the western region of Cameroon, we have 8, in the west region we have 8 divisions. So members of the association, every year we call on project. Members submit project and we vote democratically because we're in a democratic country. So there's no little thing. And if we don't vote for your project this year, next year we're gonna vote. But one thing that really got me to join, I had never been part of anything, association like that, is because they were doing what they say they were doing. We see today people collect money and we hear stories. So starting back in 2013, I have pictures there, some of the pictures. They would go to orphanages. They're selected to go in villages, go to orphanages to give mattresses and pillows. And then they move, because they would do that, they would go around into the 8th region and do the same project, and then they move to the next project. By the time I came to the association, they had already finished doing the mattresses and the pillow in orphanages. So we selected a different type of project. I submitted, people submitted electricity. I submitted a water project because I was already thinking about that, and it was voted. So we started doing water project. Before that, in 2019, I happened to be in Cameroon. I was a member at that time. So I attended a donation of hospital bed. A member submitted a project for his village, and in the medical center, as we all know, our society is, most places are very underdeveloped. So in some hospital, you have to bring your piece of cloth to lay on the ground because there's not enough bed for everybody. The association is, if you go and you get a chance, you go around the posters. We gave a hospital bed and maternity bed. And I actually went back 6 months later or 4 months later, and I went back where we gave the project, and I saw a baby that was just born the day before from that bed. And I saw the mother, and I saw our bed with mosquito net, and patient was on it. So I took picture to send to the former president and say, show this to the members so we can be proud of what we're doing. We take the money and we do the work. And then following that, even with COVID, we had voted to start water project. So because it's a seasonal project, he had to start in October through December. And so in February of this year, we inaugurated 2 wells, and those are the picture over there. And right now, because of COVID, we had to think, how do we raise money? We cannot do a big gala like we used to do. We started a groundbreaking GoFundMe page. We have never raised money like that, so it's very difficult. So I'm here to call people to action. You don't have to give us money right now. We have a GoFundMe page. You can check it out. I have the Q code. Anybody can scan it to see about the association and actually see in detail what we do. The GoFundMe, the goal is to raise $13,000 for 2 projects, well water this time. And we had already, since we started, we are already, actually as of next week, it's going to be launching. So I'm calling everybody to stimulate the mind by seeing that you can do something. The GoFundMe start at $10, and I have some gifts, some pens, some tote bag, and a cup, depending on how much donation somebody gives. And I was here to say people may have a business if you know of a business that we can partner, because Chick-fil-A, for example, somebody mentioned that to us, car wash, if you know somebody who can allow us to put our sign and maybe a proceed 10 cents, 25 cents, it add up, even though it's anything. So I'm here just to say we are here to stimulate our brothers and sisters' mind to actually get involved, even if you don't have $1,000 or $5,000, even with $10, you can still contribute to somebody who's doing something. So I'll let my notable say a word too. Thank you.
Please give her a hand of applause there. Well, I call Madame Gassam, she uses a term that she qualified other people, that Ngunchu. Ngunchu actually means a woman of war. And I think she is a true warrior. We have some Amazons in Africa who are ready not to sit down and see our society going down. And she is a prototype of one. And I just want to add my voice that we should contribute to this great effort of lifting Africa, of thinking about those who, not by choice, but by conditions, we don't need to get back in history, are living on this world's richest continent, but are going through the worst conditions that humanity knows. And this association, I'm sure there are development associations in every country, but one thing we need to do is copy from those that are doing something at the grassroots. We know if we collect money and send to the government, we know where that money is going. I don't think we need to talk about that. So we want to go straight to the grassroots and help the people in the grassroots. And I'm joining my voice here that we should support this organization. And what they are doing actually now, the Bamileke Association of Georgia is doing right now, is putting water wells. These are inexpensive projects that cost less than $10,000 per project, in communities. Let me paint a little picture of what is going on in Cameroon. Right now, there is instability in the country, and which means there are a lot of internally displaced people. And because of the internally displaced people, that comes with the living conditions, so much so that the basic needs of people are also compromised. So, you also have, at this time I was reading the news from Cameroon, and there is an outbreak of cholera. That comes because of the sanitation. And we have yellow fever. You're familiar with yellow fever. That is also a sanitation disease when you don't have clean water, when people drink unclean water, and it causes that. Now, to crown it all, you have COVID. COVID again is another sanitation pandemic. And what else can stop that or control that than bringing clean water to the people? So I'm asking, I'm appealing to everyone, those who are watching us online, you can go to the website, the All Bamileke Association of Georgia.org, and it will link you to the donation page and to the GoFundMe site where you can make a donation. You can make a donation online as you watch us online, live. You can also contact the president here. I think she would give her contact, and make a donation, make a gesture. Let us save Africa. Let us help Africa. Let us support initiatives like this Again, let's do it directly to the grassroots. Here we have proof of organizations giving out their hearts to make sure that we kind of cut down on the misery in the continent. So once more, thank you, Madame Gassan, for what you do.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And just to reiterate, the website is ALL Bamileke, BAMILEKE.org. And I was gonna
show your.
So this is the logo, and this is for donors. So if you donate, depending on the amount, any donation, if you're in the area, you would get something, you will get a gift. We have a little gift because we cannot give a lot because it costs us a lot of money. So we're giving a token of our appreciation. And we can, we're also looking for sponsorship. A group, not an individual, can sponsor us. So we really appreciate any gesture anyone can do. Thank you. All Bamileke of Georgia. .org. Yes. All Bamileke, I spell it. All Bamileke of Georgia.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Malis. Thank you, Dozon, for that expression. If you listen, you'll see what we're talking about: leadership. The need to transform a society, the need to help the helpless, the need to carry the people along for good. Thank you so much, Malis, for a wonderful job you guys are doing with the Bamileke. We pray that people will see this and go check it out on your website and begin to support that effort, that some level of hope and respite will come to that region and to those people. Thank you so very much. We are getting ready to move into a new phase. To ease off the monotony of speaking, we want to bring in some slight entertainment. Join me this afternoon as I welcome to this podium a friend to the house, a daughter of one of us, who wants to give us some soul music this afternoon. Please, before you exit, just drop your vote behind, sir. Thank you. Or everybody is voting. You have one vote. Everybody has his own vote. All right. So I want to quickly call on this beautiful daughter of Africa who wants to come sing. She is a student of University of Georgia at Athens. Join me as I welcome Chisom Ukwoma for this beautiful.
Okay.
I have a song that I can just play from.
Is it online?
Yes, online.
On YouTube?
Yes. Killing myself.
But it's okay. I'm learning a lot. As regards to seriously. Yeah, I'm learning a lot. The one that package in detail. Yeah. This one? Killing me. I'm okay.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, there is food behind. While she's singing, you can just pick your stuff and let's blend them all together. Just go take what you want to eat. Okay? All right.
Ready?
Yes.
his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a sound. And so I came to see him and listen for a while. Then he was this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I felt all flushed with fever, embarrassed by the crowd. I prayed he found my letters and read each one aloud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song.
Thank you, Chisom. That is amazing. What have you been doing? Oh my God. I think we need to recommend you for American Idol.
Wow.
Yes.
ISSS Idol.
Wow, thank you so much, Chisom. Thank you for that beautiful rendition. Thank you so very much. Wow. You see, our children are showcasing their talents. This is an avenue now. The whole world is watching. That is amazing. Thank you for that. Please, like I said, food is ready. You can just go behind and just grab something quickly. And when we come back after food, then we'll listen to the other presenters, and then we continue to other programs. We have a lot of things lined up for the day, but please, can we quickly grab something to eat and see if we can finish that quickly. We still have the voting to do, but I would want to suggest that we quickly do that, go get something to eat, and then we can come back after that. Thank you so much.
Personally, I wrote your body. I promise you go home, you won't tell daddy. I give it to you like you never had it. Swimming church, like speaking Chinese. Now waiting minutes, like a boom boom. Now waiting messy. Saga, so she know one me. She talk, so she know one me. I know go lie, the things within my mind. When I see you dancing, girl, you got me high. And if you want to try, they can't go. personally, I go deal with you personally, I go deal with you. I go deal with you personally, professionally. I see what you're doing intentionally. Girl, me want it physically, so give it to me radically, emotionally, psychologically. You're turning me on biologically, sexually, dramatically. And she talks, so she know way. I no go lie, the things within my mind. When I see you dancing, girl, you got me high. And if you wanna try, we can go there tonight. Cause I'm in the mood. As long as you're feeling the groove, we'll deal with you personally, personally, I go deal with you personally, personally, I go deal with you. Yeah, exceptionally, no reason spiritually, money speaking so drastically, magically, internationally, abatically, grammar, for dictionary, saga, she know one me, she talks so she know one me. I no go lie, the things within my mind, when I see you dancing, girl, you got me high, and if you wanna try, the girl go there tonight, cause I'm in the mood, as long as you're feeling the groove, I go deal with you personally, personally, I go deal with you personally, personally, I go deal with you.
I'll be back, I promise you.
1 year is too long.
See, it's abroad too. Let me just go. I promise you I'll be back. 1 year.
Promise.
I promise you.
Oh, if you dare the delay. To book my loving, you must check my money. Cause my bank that's my bank. My checking on the bank. My mansion on the bottom, baby, take a look around. My bank that's my bank. My checking on the bank. My mansion on the bottom, baby, take a look around. Girl, it's up to you, what are the praise say I do? Go tell your papa, say I need to come for you. Say I declare, make your love be this. They don't know how I feel. Baby, say something, make me do something. Yeah, let me hear you say I do. Baby, say something, make me do something. Yeah, baby, moonlight, cause my bank and that's my bag. My checking on the bank, my mansion on the bottom. Baby, take a look around. My bank and that's my bag. My checking on the bank, my mansion on the bottom. Make you take a look around. Girl, it's up to you. What are the prayers say I do? Go tell your papa, say I need to come for you. My checking on the bank, my mansion on the bottom, baby, take a look around. My bank that's my bottom, my checking on the bank, my mansion on the bottom, baby, take a look around. Girl, it's up to you, what's the place I do? I need it for you.
My stuff is just spinning. I can hear it on the background, but it's not coming up.
It's your data. Did you connect to your Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I did. Wi-Fi.
You already know, it's your boy Chocolate Breeze, now rocking with the hottest DJ in the South. DJ's back, is back. You know I'm.
If you continue to flow, let's lower the diffusion. If you continue to flow, let's lower the
Bella baby, see us so fine. Bella baby, see us so fresh.
It's your international boy, DJ Spark.
Fire baby, Burubiana. Click mama, dance for mommy and dada. Don't be shy to show brother. What do you always feel can cause you? Click mama, you feel me one who mama. And there's a better one who
the boss of rap tree, I do things proper and rapping the old BC. And I hanging out with the maddest DJ, the fire DJ. DJ Spack, man. Spack up the music. Let's go.
But you got it, I will go party. But you got it, I will go to baby, money will come over. My lady, your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary.
Your body is unnecessary. I'm ready. Anything that you want, I'm ready. Oh, I link up. Fire girl. Supposed to give me body not stay. Woman control. Woman control. Stay body not stay. Fire. Your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. Your body is unnecessary. My lady, your body is unnecessary. My location is for my room. If you don't want to go up my room, don't be lying. Because you see that I'm like the idol. Me and my guys are ready to slide. Big dog boys, they don't be lying. Big dog boys, they don't be dead. Oh, body. And you all I would just move up, body. All you want to do is look like a police. One move, you come to my end. So make it go right. You think they hit me like a bongo, bongo. I beg you, think another guy, you want to show. Take a lady to the condo, condo. If we get hit, I need to stop more, girl. No competition, no denial. Una bichita free lion. So we dey fly high, no we never fly low. If we dey move, we no dey fear go slow. No competition, no denial. Una bichita free lion. Big dog boys, we no dey get nobody.
I know you gonna dig this.
One move, you come to my end. So make it no right. You think they hit me like a bongo. I beg you, think another guy, you want to show. Take a lady to the condo. If we get hit, I need to start more. One night thing is another one's trouble. Money no day today, money go get tomorrow. You could is a happy day. Oh no, oh no, you want to la la. Trouble just keep young going. Don't do today, forget tomorrow. Hey, feel good is a happy day. Nobody do pass yourself. Pass yourself. Nobody do pass yourself. Nobody
international boy, DJ Spark.
I go give them again. Nothing go stop me again. Nothing will shake me again. I never told their father yet. So what's the problem again? Let them talk. I don't fear them again. Let them talk. I don't reply them again. Let them talk. And I repeat them again. Let them talk. I know they hear them again. Been grinding for so long, they want to disturb my sleep. They know one thing make I sleep. Night walker, I know they sleep. And if them they can champion, I cripple them with no mercy. Let them say I don't get shit. I'm fresh as piece of a Genesis. I live my life to the fullest. They want to compare, but them do less. Shane and God will give me this talent. If they want to stay, I say make them parents. Make them talk. I don't fear them again. Make them talk. I don't reply them again. Make them talk. And I repeat them again. Make them talk. I know they hear them again. Motifoco, Chucky Loco, get the info, me your logo, Crypto Coco, Choco, in case you don't know, love you Tokyo, you make me slow mo, Ito Coco, my head is solo, don't they follow, I don't they follow you, don't be like that, I've been waiting, I've been watching, don't do like that, now you I catch, now money have me pass, but if I say the truth, now you sweet me pass, baby make
Spark, you know be anybody. Come on, DJ Spark.
Fine baby, no be fine pass your mother. I love your soul. She said, Papa, Papa, but if I say the truth, now you sweep me past, baby, make my baby, no be fine past your mother. My baby, no be fine past your mother.
fire. You dey love, you dey call me baby, I dey shy. What are we? You say we be guys. Wait, so you get somebody, yeah? You be somebody, 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 baby. So you get somebody, yeah? So you be somebody, 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 baby. As you know, I don't think you got for like it. It's not make a go shall I buy umbrella, as you know, I don't think you got for like it. It's not make a go shall I buy umbrella. You dey shop, you dey smile. Fendi Versace, Fendi who dey swipe? Wait till they stop. Shit on my car, you dey use text up. I give you car, make you use text up. But you decide to dey do fake love. Like I eat it love. You show my back, like I eat it love. I give you car, make you use text up. But you decide to dey do fake love. Wait, so you get somebody, yeah? You be somebody, somebody, baby.
You're rocking with the DJ that keeps the hits coming.
Somebody, baby.
TV.
They try to whine, but I don't really mind, they just they whine.
TV.
If you take one step, I go take two steps. I go follow you, baby. Continue yourself. If you take one step, I go take two steps.
Baby, through my command, like zombie. Go down on me, you with your coca body. Through my command, like zombie. Go down on me, you with your coca body. Cause this your milky for front enough for me. Hold on for me, I no go do me corny. And if you're milky, na fight it like so me to. Sugar, wala, Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the next session. Please, can we wrap up and please come back and sit down, please? Welcome, guys. Welcome, guys. Yeah. Yeah, we still have a lot of presentations to make. Thank you, thank you, thank you, please. Can we all take our seats? Can we take our seats, please?
Drop mic.
Please, can we take our seats, please? If you want to take your food, get a seat and sit down, and let's continue, please. Thank you. Authors are waiting to make their presentations, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope you guys had a good lunch.
Very nice.
Great.
We're not done yet.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's so much to eat and drink, okay? So we need to get done with these presentations. We need to go into the launching, into the elections, for the voting. We still have to talk about the fundraising, so a number of stuff to do. Right now, we want to get into another presentation. And it's my pleasure to welcome to the podium Professor Prince Odo for his presentation.
You might need help.
Yeah. It is too
I got it. Yeah. That's like me. You bring it back. Sure.
All right, testing.
Good.
Testing 1, 2.
Sorry.
Testing.
Good.
Thank you. Got it. Great introduction from our able MC. Ladies and gentlemen, guests, I'll be presenting to you about my current book. I've been so blessed and lucky to publish 2 books. My first book is Management Problems in Selected Hospitals in Rivers State, Nigeria. This book emerged from my dissertation, 1999, when I completed my PhD from Walden University. Secondly, this year I was blessed out of the challenges with COVID and Delta. I was able to publish Power to the People this past March. So please, this book do have a slogan. When I say power to the people, can the hall support me to say the people matters? Power to the people.
The people matters.
Power to the people.
The people matters.
Yes. As you can see, my hat that I'm wearing is the title of the book. And on the side, it says the people matters, because truly, we all matters. It's very, very important. Now, I will start by giving you a quote. The people have the power. We all have to do, all we have to do is to awaken that power. Because naturally, charity begins at home, and each home has ordained power. Whether it's a power from God, whether it's a power developed within the family cycle. So it is very important that we understand that. In continuation, I would say that this book anchors around another great quote from John Lennon that includes the politics, leadership, social changes. This book also inspires the fascination within a political system here in the US and Africa, as well as social movements, both historical and present day. Power is generally concentrated within a small group of people that can be wealthy, powerful, or political positions with influence. Now, within ourselves as being, we tend to feel like we can buy power. But I can tell you that even some people who believe that power can be bought, how does it last? Natural power is well sustained rather than power acquired artificially. It's like leadership. Some of us are born leaders, and some have to go through training to acquire leadership skill. Now, my book also dealt with political structure in the US and how money can be utilized during campaign, message, and machine, especially with an instance with what has just happened within Atlanta. You know, last Tuesday was election, the mayoral election, and also in Nigeria, Anambra State did just have their governorship election. However, in order for you to win election, you must have what? A strong message. My book also dealt with that. And you must also have money, because without money, there's no campaign. Now, the machine within the money and the message are we the people, because the power relies on what? We, because we do matter. We need to also understand that in all this virtue, what else is attached to power to the people? It's an ability for us to understand that we have to maintain our self-dignity, our integrity, in order not to be bought over, because we already have been blessed to have the right to vote. So my book also talked about voting rights, okay? And real life stories about leaders who had made tremendous change globally, such as Barack and Michelle Obama, Nelson Mandela, my own dear good friend Jack Welch, okay, the former president of Germany, Angela Merkel, former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, and currently my own state governor, Wike of Rivers State, Nigeria. Power to the people, also in each chapter, talked about the power of leadership. And if you can imagine since yesterday, everything that we've been talking about relies on what? Leadership. It's about leadership. Whether you were born leadership or you are to learn leadership, it's about leadership. Whether you are within your own family, husband and wife, there's leadership that exists. Everything that's been talked about is on leadership. So leadership that looks at theories, practices, strategies. It also talks about the power of social media, teamwork, communication, social movement, protests, all right? Just as what is happening now in the southeast part of Nigeria. When you talk about Biafra issue, it's about protests, okay? There are other protests that also have taken place here, even here in Atlanta. So you continue to look at protests in terms of what's been happening for the past 2 years, okay? Even with the COVID, Delta, there's protests. People are protesting not to wear their masks. And some of us believe that when you get vaccinated and wear your mask, what does it do? You help others, not just yourself alone, all right? So, an entire chapter. This is so wonderful. The chapter 5 of this book, talked about what my dear good friend, Professor Lloyd Onyerembo, spoke about yesterday, both himself and Kelechi. The chapter 5 of this book talked about strengthening leadership and management on the continent of Africa. Just think about that. So this is a book that has talked about, the chapter 4 also talked about global leaders. book took me almost 4 good years to think about what should be inside and the title. I change the title every year based on current challenges, things that I feel that I could not even imagine until I was in Nigeria last year during the lockdown due to COVID. And I said, if I give this book power to the people, there's a political party in Nigeria called PDP. And when you say PDP, they say power to the people. Now they may be thinking I'm a politician. However, we all have political attributes in us. But then, I have not run for any office. But there's nothing wrong being a politician either. Despite that some of them are corrupt. They're not really actually doing what they ought to do. So, my book encompasses most of what has been discussed here. So look at the theme of our conference this year. Re-engineering Africa through learning leadership skill first before seeking leadership what? Position. It is also a chapter on my book. So when you look at from my chapter 1 that talked about power to the people, the power of leadership, social movement, global leaders, strengthening leadership and management in Africa, empowerment and charismatic leaders, real stories of empowering leaders, the power of teamwork and communication, the power of protest, the power of social media, message, money, and machine, power of political campaigns and the slogan. I'll give you one quote. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot do what? Learn, unlearn, and what? Relearn. So that is the reason why we have to, or you have to, buy this book, recommend this book to anybody you know. Because of the quote that I've just given you now. Because it ties to re-engineering Africa through learning leadership skill first, before seeking leadership what? Position. So, all yesterday, I've been thinking about this topic. I said, oh my God, what a coincidence that everything my good friends presented yesterday here expanded on the topics, connected investments and non-investment factors to real life. It's all in this book.
That's good.
That's why power to the people, that's why power to the people is a leadership for grassroots transformation. Leadership for grassroots transformation. So you need this book to transform any type of leadership skill in the leadership development that you might need for life skill building, skill acquisition, just to mention but a few. Now the goal of power to the people is to raise awareness of the power of common people. To do what? To drive change. We must drive change for people to learn just how powerful they can be wherever they are. All right? That is the one goal of this book. Stories of groups like Black Panther, Black Lives Matters, March for Our Life, and others who have galvanized the power of people rising up, protesting, either as drug challenges, raising awareness for social issues like police brutality, gun violation, to implement change for common people are featured in the Power to the People. It doesn't matter, but it does matter. For whatever that has been presented here today, all is connected. All is tied. Whether it's a book on Biafra, whether it's a book on educating new immigrants that arrive to US, whether it's a book on African history, whether it's a book on coach, okay, education, it all ties to power to the people. You see how I went through the chapters? This is a book that you can buy and keep in your house to educate your wife and your children. It's a book that you can refer anybody, whether organizations such as Coca-Cola, whether it's any level of enterprise. Why? Because leadership is needed to sustain human life or building organization. And it's a grassroots leadership book that covers all facets of what we do in order for us to maintain our life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for having listened to me, and I urge that you cast your vote for me, and I thank God that I just happen to be the last presenter. Okay.
You're becoming a politician.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm not trying to conclude, but however, thank you very much. Please buy my book and vote for power to the people, because the people matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Otto.
Oh, sorry. Please, has any question?
Questions? If you have any question, please.
Oh, yeah, he does. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Dio YJ. I'm from the diasporaradio.usa, collaboration with Tony T. Iberi. And we've been on the air for the past year and a half. We used to be on FM radio.
Yes.
Until now, we just decided to start up something new. I was listening to what you were saying about the power to the people. Where do you think the African leadership, our politicians, where do you think that we went wrong or they went wrong, in your opinion?
Thank you for that question. Very good one. As I will answer your question, but before I do that,
Yes.
I will refer you to buy my book, because the details of the answer is in chapter 5.
Okay.
Is exactly in chapter 5, which is strengthening leadership and management in Africa. Now, part of what I wrote in there has to deal with lack of leadership. And that is the reason why Iaaas has come up with an idea to build a leadership institute in Nigeria to help reorient our leaders there, because some of them were not actually born leaders. The ones that are born leaders have done well, some of them. And the ones that are just stole leadership, which is stealing power, have never known how to utilize the power that was given to them, because they acquired it accidentally. Now, so many things went wrong. And I know some of them have bachelor's degree, masters, some are doctors in various capacity. But because they lack what I will tell you, that's also in my book, Golden Rule. Do unto others what you yourself would like others to do unto you. It's in chapter 4 of my book. That's when I say, buy this book, please. I'm very, very serious. Buy my book. See, because they don't have the common feeling of how to relate with their fellow human beings. Now, how can you tell me, if I'm one of them, I'm given a contract to tie a road to my community, what will happen? I may not even tie the road. I use the money, marry 3 wives, build a house, and do what? Drive what kind of car that I want. And then what happens? I will be driving the car on a mud road that others are driving the car. Now, is that called leadership? No, that's no leadership. So that is the reason why that that is the reason why you need to tell Tony that you met Dr. Odu today, and both of you need to buy my book.
All right. Thank you very much. But I think it is not peculiar with those Nigerian politicians that are bred in Nigeria. A lot of us came here as students to learn the Western way. And we go back and still we repeat the same thing that the people back home that have not stepped out do. So where do you find fault exactly? Because when we talk about leadership, and you say that leadership, some are born leaders. Yes. Some are trained leaders. But I believe during my father's time, they have more conscience than what we have today. I have friends that have left here and went to school with. They went back to be politicians, and they did worse than what the Nigerian politicians have done. So what do you think exactly is wrong with the society?
Because during my presentation, I gave a quote to say that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot do what? Learn, unlearn, and relearn. So that's what those politicians need to do. They've been taught, they may have degrees in leadership, but going back to Nigeria, or even here in the United States, just about 2 weeks ago, I was in a debate with some Democrats in the city of Atlanta in regards to the mayor candidates. And I quietly said, one of them, I don't want to mention his name, who has been there 2 times. What is the greedy? You have served 2 terms, and who took over from you is the person you grew up. You grew that 3rd person. Now, why do you want to come back again and be a mayor again? So these are the biggest. They learn and refuse to unlearn. And guess what? Because they refuse to unlearn, what happened? They cannot relearn until they are willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn the current strategies of leadership. Remember what I said here? Golden rule. You can never be a good leader if you don't understand the golden rule of life. Do unto others what you yourself would like others to do unto you. If you lack that in your spirit or in your house, you can never lead the people. And that's why power to the people, leadership, grassroots transformation is very important to help in resolving or curing and responding to your question.
Thank you. That's fine.
You know? All right, God bless you.
Thank you so much.
I'll have you in the studio someday. So
Thank you.
We can chit chat.
Yes, Tony been trying to invite me.
All right.
He's a good friend.
All right.
Thank you very much, Professor Odo. You see, I don't mean to say we have gone political a little bit, but we can't run away from that. The issue of leadership is also in line with political emancipation and expression. We can confidently exhibit our leadership qualities by reason of the political affiliations we have and opportunities that are presented to us that will ensure that those leadership qualities are being adequately expressed. But thank you, Professor Odu, for that presentation. You see, like he was making reference to, from the inception of this summit yesterday, we began to extricate different areas of leadership. The key speaker was very explicit in defining and dissecting leadership and its challenges, and with particular interest and reference to Africa. And we can see that all these books are also alluding to it in the same way. So that is awesome. So please pick a copy of the book, The Power to the People, and there you garner more information about what it takes to be a leader and to see that the people matter. It's also my pleasure this afternoon to also appreciate some of our friends who have to come to join us. In no order of preference, I want to appreciate Mr. Waje. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
I just spotted somebody right now.
Let him just tell us where the organization he's representing.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dio Waje, and I'm here on behalf of Radio Diaspora.USA. It's a new establishment. We've been around for like 2 years. I'm the program director, and my director is Tony Iberi. And we used to be on FM until about a year and a half ago. We decided to go on internet, and we serve the community. Whatever you have going on, you can call us. And we do have slots open. It's 24-hour radio, internet. And if you want to pick up a program, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, let's talk about how to help our continent, Africa. I'm very, very much interested in it. I've been here like 42 years, came very young, and I'm looking forward to going back. I have so many things that I can give to my people. And when I leave, I'm going back to my village, hopefully. So you guys are welcome. If whatever you have, you want to bring it on the table, we can discuss about it, see how we can move Africa forward. You know, instead of the young men and women trying to leave Africa to come down to America, Europe, and the rest of them, please, let's join hands together and see how we can improve it. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Waje. Thank you very much. Just like he just rightly mentioned right now, that is exactly what necessitated the establishment of the African International Leadership Institute. Instead of bringing Nigerians and Africans to the United States to study, let's take the study platform down there. Rather, we can move resource people here to go help them do it there. So thank you for that comment. We do appreciate it. I'm also glad to welcome our friend Brian Ojibe. You're welcome, sir. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also have in our midst this afternoon another of our friend, James Uje. James, how are you? Where are you? I just saw you now. Uja.
Chief James Uja.
Chief. Chief Uja, you're welcome. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, among those who just came in, Joe Ugonna. Joe, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. You were here yesterday. I do appreciate your presence again today. God bless you. So as we continue, I want to also call on another author to present his book. Please, can Nze Obiukoma approach me here at the podium for his presentation of that controversial book. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. General Secretary. I like the way you refer to the book as kind of controversial. But in the recess, if you're a rational thinker, you will know that it is not. Yes. The only people that refer it as controversial are those who are benefiting from the backbone of our masses. The case for Biafra restoration, I wrote it about 3 years ago. When everything in this book, everybody needs to have a copy of this book. Everything I've written in this book is coming through today as we speak. We have election in Anambra today, and people did not even come out to vote because the Nigerian state manned by the Fulanese and the northern elites send thousands of military men into southeast. Military tanks when there is no need. Peaceful place. The most peaceful area in Nigeria is in the southeast. And we have a lot of things going on in the north. A lot of Boko Haram killing people in the north. In fact, that north has been deserted as we speak now. But they find it convenient to send their military to the southeast, which is wrong. It is wrong. I'm going to be brief. I'm not going to stay here talking a lot. I don't believe in talking too much. But my topic, what I'm going to do now is to debunk the unfounded claim that big is bigger, the bigger the good. So Nigeria have a big population of what? About 200 million, and therefore we have to remain so. Even though a white man came in 1914 and put everybody together, so be one Niger area. And we are jumping up and down, we are Nigerians. We have over 250 ethnic groups. No value system. You cannot survive in a country where we have so many diverse value systems. When the constitution is written in Islamic, for Islamic, and then is Nigeria, no, do you know that Nigeria is an Islamic state? Technically, yes. Whether you want to believe it or not. So, efficiency is the key. Look at the state of Israel, there's only 7 million. You don't have to be 200 million to do anything. It's big for nothing. That's what you call it. Rwanda, in 1994, they went through mass wars, killed over what? 444,000. And the whole world was in shock. And now we lost, during the war, 1967 to 70, they call it Biafran Nigerian War. That was a genocide. Lost over 3.5 million. And the world did not, they kept quiet, they did not say anything about it. In Rwanda, they lost about 400,000, and there was cry all over the world. And now in Rwanda, from that experience, they're about in Africa, they're about on the top 3 economic giant in Africa. They're only about what, 14 million, I don't know. 12.4 million. It's not how big, it's how efficient. That's the key. Soviet Union was very, very large. They have to disintegrate into 15 countries to be efficient. You have Austro-Hungarian Empire. After the First World War, they disintegrated into Austria and Hungary. All we are asking is for referendum. The referendum is not asking for war. It's only in Black Africa, when you talk about referendum, they say, oh, we're going to kill you. It doesn't make any sense. Referendum, you have to determine whether you want to belong or not. If you want to be in Nigeria, then you vote to be in Nigeria. It is nobody's. If you want to be something else, then that is your choice. That is the way it is happening all over the developed countries. But in Nigeria, when you say you want to have a referendum, they bring gun and start killing everybody, which is wrong. Czechoslovakia broke into Czech Republic and Slovakia. Referendum is not a new thing. It's been happening all over the world since time. Eritrea broke away from Ethiopia. South Sudan broke away from Sudan. All we are asking is simple, give us a chance to have a referendum. It is not asking too much. Even Britain, who is holding Nigeria down because of the oil. The Scotland, they have referendum 2 times. Britain break away from EU. But when we say, okay, we have a referendum, they say, no, they cannot do it because they are getting the oil free from Nigeria. Almost free. Because they cannot do, Europe cannot do from the resources from Africa. Yugoslavia broke into 8 countries. You know? And they couldn't, Yugoslavia as a country, before they broke away, they couldn't even reach, let me give you an example of this. The bigger the better. That is nonsense. Yugoslavia, before they broke away, they never, let me give you an example. They never reached World Cup. They are playing, but they never, because they are very big. You see, when like in Nigeria, when you have talented people, they will go and do national character. You do national character is rubbish. All you have to do is to get the best talent. That's how it's done in America. That is how those guys from Southeast, the basketball in America, they beat the United States. 99% of them from Southeast. Because you have the talented people, not national character. So Yugoslavia never reached the World Cup. I'm using this as an example. Until they broke away into 8 countries. And then in 2018, Croatia, which was a part of the breakaway Yugoslavia, came final in the World Cup in Russia. They are less than 7 million. They played final with France. But Yugoslavia as a country, the whole thing, they never reached World Cup before. So somebody is telling me, oh, we are big. Why don't we have a big country stay? Because a white man come and put everybody together. No, that is rubbish. It doesn't make sense. Which means that you're claiming that a white man is your God. Okay? So I'm not going to be long here. The case for Biafra restoration with Biafra Africa Rises. Before, Biafra has come for Africa to reach its zenith. I don't know if anybody, the people might doubt it. There is a reason why the Western people don't want it to come. When Ojukwu, let me tell you this. During the war, Ojukwu sent an emissary to Europe to buy arms. Do you know that we fought the war single-handedly, the whole world? We fought Russia, the whole Arab world, and kept them for 3 years. During the war, Ojukwu sent an emissary to Europe, to Belgium, to buy arms. And they refused to sell anything to him. Why? They said they don't want another Japan in Africa. This is a true story. Some of you don't know this. They are keeping us down because they don't want another Japan in Africa. I went to, my mother died 2 years ago, so I went home and buried her. And I traveled with my wife, and we left east. We left Imo State in the morning, and we were traveling to Lagos. Do you know what time we reached Lagos? It's about 700 miles or so. 10 o'clock in the night. And we at some point we went to a very bad road. I asked my in-law, this is the brother to my sister, why is this road this bad? There's water everywhere. And there are a lot of our people from the east who have money. I said that he told me that the Igbo people in the Lagos have volunteered to fix that road, but the people, the Westerners who own the land don't want them to do it. Can you believe it? And we say we are in the one Nigeria. We are deceiving ourselves. Get this book. When we get, it's not going to be long before it's materialized. People may not believe it. It's going to happen. I'm going to launch it again in Biafra land. Yes, make sure it is used in our school and to teach history. Everything in this book is factual. To have a book. I spoke with Tony. He said you're gonna send a couple of you, or one of you here. So I'm glad you are here. Thank you very much, everyone, and I appreciate you coming. I thank especially for our chairman, who is working tirelessly to make sure that this organization is sustained. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. Yes, I take questions, please.
I'm sorry, I don't have, but that's why I'm here, though.
Yes.
So, can I have her?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you turn this on? Unless he asks my question, I'll ask a question.
I can ask him.
Yeah, you can ask without the phone.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Thank you so very much, Professor.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm going to again introduce myself, D.O.Y.J. from Radio Diaspora. I believe I was 6 years old when Nigerian Civil War took place. And my father, bless his memory, sent us back to Delta State. And let me say this, some Delta Igbos will say they are not Igbo, but I'm full-fledged Igbo. Onyemechi Nwaje, it's not an Hausa name, neither is a Yoruba name. So I'm very proud to be identified as an Igbo man. But there is something that bogs my mind with this restoration of Biafra. Though I haven't read the book.
You need to get one, please.
I will. I definitely will. I like to read. But anyways, the point is, we all know that the British came to Africa just to rob us, and then they slapped everybody together, sandwich us all together, without our knowledge or agreement. That's fine, but we've been there for 100+ years now. My point is, during the war, Biafran Civil War, Deltans, if you know Nzogo and the rest of them, you know the history. I was a very young man, young boy, but I've read for a while. So my people, we fought so hard to be called and recognized Biafra. We fought the war, as a matter of fact, if you will agree with me. The point is that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, right? His way of going about resuscitation of Biafra or the agitation, to me personally, is not the right way. He has the support. I don't think it would have been just coming out to say, oh, let us leave. It would have gone diplomatically to avoid some casualty. We lost 3.something million people. Can we afford to lose it now? Do we have the equipment to fight the mighty federal government? That's the point we have to look at. So what do you think?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. What Mazen Nnamdi Kanu have been saying is they need a chance for a referendum. He has not taken a gun to kill anybody. Have to do with getting if we are in a Western world, no single individual should have been hurt. Why would policemen and soldiers went on rampage in shooting ordinary citizens, praying or going about with a flag? That is the mentality of black people who don't reason well. You're not going to blame it on anybody. You blame it on those, their mentality. Have you seen in a developed world where people are going about with look at here in America. Look at the southern or white southern, they have their racist flag everywhere. Did police go about killing them? Why will you blame it on somebody who said his purpose is referendum? That's what he's saying. I have to get
the rhetoric behind it.
What is the rhetoric?
It is not the point. It is not about referendum. The referendum, yes, put out a referendum there, but there is a way that you go about. To be honest with you, I was one of the first people that marched in Atlanta here to release Nnamdi Kanu. I don't have my point is the people that are following him, they don't understand the way you and I see things. And when you step on federal might, they will crush you. Do we want to lose people?
Stepping on federal might, I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. We get the point. Thank you for your presentation. That's why I called it a controversial book. I was very careful to use those terms, and I knew why. And this is exactly why it is controversial, because it raises different kinds of emotions, and those emotions, some are well deserved, some are coming from some place of misconceptions and misperceived information.
Yes.
But that being said, that book is loaded, coming from the understanding of the need for the restoration on the basis of the fact that the Biafran region, that bite of Biafra as it is, has been totally excluded from the workings of the country called Nigeria. It is not arguable, it is an obvious fact.
Yes, and it's all about leadership.
And that stems down to poor and inefficient leadership.
It's the bottom line.
Okay? And that is why we are calling on everyone to join this struggle with Iaaas to change this ugly trend.
Yeah, that's all.
And let's begin to do things the way they ought to be. And let's enshrine the appropriate leadership mindset.
Simple.
When that happens, I bet you the story will be different. Thank you so much for that presentation, Obiokoma, and thank you for your questions. But some other person wants to ask, please make it brief and make it fast. Let other people.
Just don't worry.
Okay.
Can talk to him.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's okay, don't worry. He will talk to you in camera, okay? Thank you.
But you ask, it's not for his own benefit, but for all of us.
Well, if the question is not going to be controversial and raise ripples, yes, we want to avoid that. But then let's hear you. Let's give you that room. Okay, please ask your question. Please, you can ask him that. Okay, go ahead. Don't worry. I'll come to you there.
It is a mic.
Okay. Sorry.
Prof, thank you for your presentation. My question may go of two ways. I have not bought your book. I will patronize you, and because I'm a lifelong learning person, and also because I have learned, unlearned, and now relearning. So, because we all have to do that in life. And that gives the answer. One of your answers is what I just gave you now. Because the problem there is because they have learned and refuse to unlearn. That's why they cannot do what? Relearn the current management and leadership skills to better our communities. But if you are asked to split Nigeria with, let's take a review of the last time I checked as a researcher, it's a 200 million. That's what Nigeria is. Yeah. So, in your own opinion, how many countries or do you think 200 million is?
That's a good one.
Yeah. You see, because why I ask that is, if you all are aware, last Olympics, there are countries that participated at 10 million.
Yes.
There are countries that participated at 15 million.
Yes.
And if we are 200 in population, how many countries, or how do you think things need to be, centralized to help Nigeria?
That is a hypothetical question. But I'm going to answer it this way. Like you said, during the war, I was about 10 years old when the war started. So you know how I am now. Middle Belt, the West agitating for Iaaas, Igboho. Then Southeast, you have Middle Belt, Southeast, Middle Belt, I don't know what they call themselves, they have a name. Then the West. Then when you get the Middle Belt, then the rest of the North is that's Islamic State anyway, Arab, yes. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, number 4. Southeast, the Western, the Middle Belt, and then the core North, which is 4, isn't it? Okay. This is the way naturally it is being politically or economically partitioned. Even yes, that is that's from my own opinion. I don't know how many they want to go. Okay, I'm talking from my own opinion.
Yes.
So I don't know what will happen in the future, because Nigeria is actually sitting on a cake of a gunpowder right now. There is no way if we are not careful, a lot more people are going to die. Okay, because even the military. Give me 1 minute. The military commander. Do you know that they had a Supreme Council a few days ago?
Yes.
Emergency meeting for the Supreme Council, and there is no of Nigeria. There is no Igbo man in that meeting. One of the military commanders said that when they go to East, they should not take pictures, which means that there are so many innocent people they are going to kill without notice today. Oh no, do you know that? It is on news. Yeah. So that's what we are facing. How long are we going to endure this? Like we are living like slaves in our own land. They will go and kill people and set their houses on fire. The military. That's what they are doing. And we still jumping around, say we are one Nigeria. Thank you, moderator, secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, like I said, don't go too far. Because, like I said, it's a controversial work and it is eliciting a lot of thoughts and a lot of people want to ask questions. And that is why we are here. We are brainstorming, we are eliciting ideas and looking for solutions. So just hang out. Nde wants to ask a question or want to make a comment. And I have somebody behind too who is waiting. So proceed.
That shows how interesting it is.
Yes, I know.
Yes. My comment followed by the question is, first of all, I like the book for the the historical facts that are in it, because there is a lot to learn. And regardless of what people may think, we should never shy away from facts. Whether you like them or not, it is important that we know what is going on in our environment so we can know how to fix it. This does not necessarily mean that you advocate for something, but we need to know what is going on. And until we know the facts sometimes, most of the times what we have are just prejudices, you know. But what I wanted to ask as a question, in case it is not actually addressed in that sense in the book, is do you advocate for a further balkanization of Africa, or are you, through that work, advocating for a single African nation, where we can recognize also the fact that we have differences and there can be some degree of autonomy, but within the same nation? Because, like I said before, my belief is that writers have a great impact on people, but there should be some goodwill and honesty that is going to drive everything towards making it a better place for everyone. And if it is not going to benefit everybody, then there is something that is missing. So again, back to the question, would you be advocating for further balkanization of Africa, or for a strong African nation?
Thank you for that question.
Thank you for the question. Balkanization of Africa, no. But when a new child is born, first of all, you have to crawl before it walks. If if our states, African states, are not stable, then Africa itself cannot be stable. Just because we want a group of people with the same value system to be in their own country is not defined as balkanizing Africa. Look at Nigeria, it's 200 million people. If you go to an African Economic Index, Nigeria is in the last four of them. Is that not correct?
Yes.
As of now. Because just because you have a population doesn't mean, if you are not properly use your resources well, doesn't mean anything. So we have Israel is only 7 million. They are world power. You have to give these people a chance to use their God-given talents. In Nigeria, Igbo man has no chance to use their God-given talent to the fullest. That is correct. And therefore, it is, if we don't have that freedom of using their God-given talents to do what you want to do, it's not gonna work. Period. I'm not advocating for balkanization. I'm advocating for strong Africa with strong states like Rwanda. Rwanda is 12 million. They have gone through revolution and then learned a lesson from it. They are now about in the top 2 or 3 in Africa, economically. You understand the point I'm trying to make? Yes. Then if we can have 2 or 3, 4, 5 Rwandas in Africa, then we come together. Have a strong state in Africa. That is the point. So thank you very much.
Thank you. There's one more question.
That's it.
Are you still? Yes. Dr. Oyerumba, please.
Mine is not a question, but a comment. What we have actually witnessed right now is one of the reasons why we are here. To be able to brainstorm. And that's what we are doing. It's also an academic exercise. Now, in that, this is also a leadership summit. When we look at what we did yesterday and today, and having listened to the last book review, we are moving a step forward towards why we're here. But there is something I want to let us know, particularly like yesterday we talked about, we always neglect intra-tribal conflicts. We pay attention to inter-tribal conflicts. So because we are just paying attention to inter-tribal conflict, we are losing that myth of intra, which is destroying most of the states in the Southeast. Now, let me give you an example. I was very, very opportune and I was blessed that I did my youth service in Bauchi. During the youth service, that's when they had the first most disturbing religious rioting. That thousands were killed in Bauchi. And I was lucky that week I went to Port Harcourt. So after that, I stayed about 3 months before I returned back to Bauchi to continue my youth service, and so many others. Now, the director, the operations, director of operations, NYSC, is from the then Bende State, Edo State. He gave directive that nobody that is from the south should their service be extended for leaving Bauchi. The director in Bauchi State was a Muslim man. The principal inspector is from the east. The principal inspector is in charge of extending services. What did he do? He went against the directive from Abuja and extended including myself, extended our service to cover the 3 months. It is somebody from the east. The directive came from Abuja. But the director is an Hausa man, he didn't do it. But do you know what happened? The director of operations, now what he did was to now remove the director, who is an Hausa man, and sent him to Sokoto as a principal inspector. Babangida did not fire or remove the director of operations in Abuja because he demoted an Hausa man. I want us to get the gist. So most of the problem we are facing in Nigeria, practically, is our own people trying to please, thinking they're pleasing the Hausa man or the Fulani man. What will the Fulani man do? They will keep quiet. I say, it's your own people. Whatever you want to do, do. That is the problem. That now goes to what we talked about yesterday. Ethics, character. How can we begin to train the leaders of tomorrow today? Because once we create that sensitivity of who we are, how we can live together as different people unified with a common purpose, there wouldn't have been this book.
Correct.
But because we have failed as a nation. One of the professors here said, Nigeria is not going to move forward. Time will come when education will no longer matter in Nigeria anymore. Everybody is greater, but it will not matter. What will matter is what? Awareness. And if these awareness are not created, we are not going anywhere. Whether it's Oduduwa, whether it's Biafra. Imo State is a typical example. Abia State is a typical example that it is no longer about the tribes, it's about the zone. And thank you very much for this book.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, 1 minute. Just wrap it up so that we can proceed, please.
I'll be brief, and no, I don't talk too much. To Dr. Yumba, I agree with what you said. And I'm going to add this also. If Gowon, listen to me. Are you listening? Listen to me, if Gowon had agreed with Aburi Accord with Ojukwu, this my book should not should never have been harassed. There's no need for it. As simple as that. That is the key. Power to the states. I couldn't have written this book. Everybody would be fine. On agree accord we stand, and Gowan came back, and Britain make a phone call to Gowan. Why did you do that? British government hate Igbo people. I have to say it loud here. It's life. Yes, not their people, their government. Because the oil they are getting from our land. They have to tell Gowan that he should go and cancel the Agree Accord. And he did it. And the war started. We lost over 3.5 million people. And the war didn't do anything about it. Thank you very much. I agree with what you said.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so you see the kind of ideas, emotions that have been elicited from this book. I called it the controversial one, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You need to read that book. Please, I enjoin everyone to pick a copy. It's very rich, it's very educating, also enlightening. Every book that has been presented here today is amazing. Where do I start? We started from Nde Tedozon explicating different works of different authors, showcasing what values is inherent in Africa. And then we moved over to the work of Dr. Obo, which he called Cocaine Hoppers, where he elicited an amazing emotion about the ills of drug trafficking, how it has made a mess of the African continent and the youths in Africa, and still ravaging our people. And then we proceeded to listen to the executive director present his work, Immigration to Citizenship, which is a resource guide to every immigrant, be students, be those coming to settle in this country, a way forward to know what to do to be able to settle in without infringing on the laws and rights of this nation. Beautiful work. Please pick a copy of these books. Then we'll listen to Dr. Odum in presenting his book, which is titled Power to the People. The people matter. Without the people, nothing works. When the people are united, everything obeys. When we are disunited, then we open up ourselves to the suppression of the minority. The people count. And then we now came and listened to our sister, Malaise. She presented the charity work of the Pamileke people and also called our attention to the need for support to change the poor condition of that environment. Please go to their website and see how you can help, make donations as you can. Then we came and listened to this controversial work by Obi Ukwoma. So today we've gone through a whole lot of works, but yet there are still one or two books whose authors are not here present. But before we exit, at the end of today, I want the executive director to please come do justice to those books, just present those books on their behalf. So join me right now as I welcome Chinedu Miwe to present one or two books of authors who are not here present today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Casey, is there any way you can we see those books on the other side?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This is why we are here every year. We try to, as I said earlier during my remark, talk about, the organization, International Association of African Authors and Scholars, discover African authors through means of summit like this, online bookstore from our website, YouTube channel, the magazine, Discover Magazine, those are the ways. So I talked about my book, but some of our authors, due to some reason or the other, could not make it to the summit. This one here, the Book of Values, very interesting book. Everybody seen it?
Yeah, they've seen it here.
Okay, very interesting book about leadership. His name is Franklin Obiabu, as you can see, and I was just have the opportunity to write the foreword of this book because he said he wants me to really review it and write the foreword. So it's a very brilliant skill that he put up here for leadership. And the African International Leadership Institute, that's the diagram there, that we are really working towards putting into Africa as a continental campus in the form that it's going to serve the whole of African region. People come there, learn, and take the skills back to their various countries. This book of leadership and some other ones that we've talked about here will be on that campus to help the students and scholars achieve their leadership goals and the training. We have a book here from a friend of the organization, Raphael James. This is Her Excellency, the First Ladies. I think he's referring to the First Ladies of Nigeria. Collection of First Ladies from Nigeria. Sorry, this particular one is $20. The collection of First Ladies from Nigeria by Raphael James is $25. And we have 100 Pioneer Remarkable Women of the Century by Raphael James is here too, $75. I wonder, and something must be inside this book for it to cost $75. So you better pick it up and see what's inside. I go like that. Oh, this is the camera I should be working at. Okay, camera, man or woman, here we go. $75 by 100 Pioneer Remarkable Women of the Century. Oh, interesting. Hold on now. Hold on. Really read very well. I like reading everything in details, you know. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay. Let's go on. Okay. By Franklin Obiagu again. Power to succeed. We have something power over. The other one is power to the people. By one of our authors, Professor Prince Odo, and this is Power to Succeed, a revolutionary handbook for the higher life. Franklin Obiagu is the Assistant General Secretary of International Association of African Authors and Scholars and the Nigerian coordinator. So $20 for that book. Then, over here, an analysis of the importance of Kiswahili as the national language of a united Africa. Somebody mentioned about the united Africa some time ago. So this is the book that if Africa becomes one country, not one continent. No, not rather, that if Africans can now speak one language in the whole continent, that is the book we all read together. And this is from Sunday Joseph Otenho. Sunday Joseph Otenho is our member of the organization, and coincidentally, he's not here because his daughter is wedding today. Matter of fact, Sunday, I'm sure he's looking at us right now, and we are wishing you and your family and your daughter congratulations on the wedding.
That's right.
And we hope everything will go well, and you come back soon to join us and continue from what we are doing. And we are probably going to have the next summit in Kenya next year, all things being equal. And Sunday, Joseph Otenho is really the coordinator in Kenya, and he's going to lead us on towards that spot to have probably the first summit of this organization outside the United States. The idea is go around, if possible, to African countries, get it done there, and if there's no African country that is ready, we come back to the United States. But right now we have Kenya for 2022, and Rwanda is already vying for 2023. So this is the sequence we are going. And where is this my friend that just walked in here? Oh, the price of the book, $29.95. Thank you, Derek, for that. There's a guy that just walked in here. Please call him for me.
Okay.
See, the organization is really an interesting something. How are you, sir? They say we should be looking at that camera, right? Looking towards that side. This happened as we were all here. Somebody just in this summit texted him. He's an author. Eric Ikenna Woked. He's an author from Africa. And somebody else texted him, said, oh boy, or chief, see what's going on here. He's knowing about the organization for the first time, and he raced to this place with this copy of this book. Wow. So, where is Obama? That guy there, red cap, with glasses and the controversial book. That's his table there, that's his book. So, he's the financial secretary of the organization. I gave him my card. Meet him and get involved to be heard.
Yeah, you know, we speak, as a matter of fact, I was getting ready to go somewhere. I didn't even, but I wasn't aware of this.
Wonderful.
But this is a good friend of mine. Normally brief me of anything,
Yes, because it's in the radio. So you have to thank him later. No, you thank us first and thank him later.
I hear about this.
Yes.
I don't even know that it could ever be almost by my own doorstep.
Thank you. You are welcome. You are welcome now, and you are going to join this organization, and you're going to be heard more. So he will guide you through the application process and everything. But this book, we're going to keep it for now in our library to remember you, and then when you join fully, we go from there, put into through, and then you have a table like this in the next convention and the summit, and talk more, and people want to know more about this book and stuff like that.
Good evening, everyone. Each and every one of us are gifted in a very unique way, but we don't even know. I don't know you, but the moment you spoke, I told my daughter, did you hear that voice? That is $1 million voice for voiceover.
Let me speak something again.
I don't know.
Just tell us the title of your book. Speak it by yourself.
Well, this book was actually written in 2011. In fact, I'm a big, when it comes to procrastination, you are looking at the guy that's a master of it. You know, I wanted to write this. I wanted to write this book for a while. But what shocked me after writing, if you can turn this book at the back and just read about it, most of what was written here actually did happen. You know, in Nigeria, I basically focus on Nigeria and Africa as a whole. The one that shocked me most is Ebola. I didn't know that while I was writing about Ebola in 2011, by 2014, Nigeria was actually going to be attacked by Ebola. So I wrote everything about it. In fact, everything written here was coming out. But just like I told you, being a master procrastinator, after having this written, I didn't even pay much attention.
Guess what? You're talking about the book. I'm talking about his voice.
That's why I asked him.
Thank you so much.
You know, when God made us, one thing everyone here, we're here to learn to inform one another. When God made us, there's a way he twisted each of our tongues.
Yes.
However he twists your tongue, that's how you talk. This guy, $1 million is in your tongue. I'm telling you, find your friend that is on radio or find Omega Studio and you'll be a partner for voiceover. Thank you.
That's good. Wow, you just got another job, bro.
Thank you, Eric Ikenna Nwokedi. By coming to the summit, your voice will be heard more. Okay?
Yes.
And remember the motto of the organization, get involved to be heard. Now you'll be heard more. Okay? So when we welcome you to the organization, please talk to him and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much and welcome. And please tell him about the food too.
Okay, yeah, we have food here. Stop yourself.
Thank you so much. So you see, different things are happening here today. People are talking about Iaaas. It's amazing that while we are just here, someone was recommending it to someone and he just raced in here. You're welcome, Mr. Nwokedi. Thank you so much for coming. Online people are also making comments. We just want to appreciate, again, Uche Charles and Ngozi Obata. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for leaving those lines online. We do appreciate if you're still watching. Thank you. And we know that other people are watching. For those in the Gambia, I just want to reiterate, there was supposed to be an award ceremony today. Unfortunately, the recipients were unable to get into the country. But I just want to express that. We'll do a follow-up when we get to Gambia in January. The award will be done when we come in. So if you're listening, we are bringing your certificates to Banjul. Honorable Minister Bakri, we'll see you when we come over to Banjul. Thank you. Before we move to the next segment, we just want to break the ice a little bit and want to welcome back our pretty daughter, Chisom Okwoma, for another beautiful rendition. Please
explain the voting process again.
Okay, so I've just been called back before she steps in. The voting process, now we've heard all the authors, and I just did a quick summary of their works. So just go to the back, pick up a paper and vote whatever book you appreciate that you think is the best presentation today. And that is it. Just drop your vote in the box and we'll count the vote at the end of this meeting. Okay? And the person with the highest vote becomes the winner of this book Olympics. And like we said, whatever donation we receive today on the literacy promotion and empowerment, we'll be able to give something to that person in appreciation. All right? So people are already voting. As we go on, just do what we have to do. And also to say that donations are still going on. You can donate from any portal you want. You want to use the Zelle, you want to write us a check, you want to give us through your ATM, please do. The ATM point is here, your Zelle, you can go through your account, you can send us a check, and we are good. So we are still asking for donations for literacy empowerment. We are asking for donations for the summit, for the fundraising for the African International Leadership Institute. Please do oblige us that, whatever you can do. Online, please, you can go to our website and you can make your donations directly from the website. Thank you. So once again, join me as I welcome Chisom Ukwoma for her rendition. Thank you.
Casey.
People always trying to get involved. I feel like I'm done and don't know where to run. People always trying to take a bite out of my mind. If you need a find, maybe we can start. I feel like I just been coming undone. Tell me why you can't be found. It's unreasonable. I know you. Love is a difficult life. Maybe we should take it for a treat. Basically, I might not be weak. Basically, I might not be falling. Basically, I might be used to this. Oh, I found myself, found myself, found. I have found myself, found myself, found. Before this gets out of hand, no more distance, let's just dance. I'll mind my manners, no take advantage. Can you picture that? I don't know who you've been dealing with, but I will catch the distance if you can. Basically, I might not be weak. Basically, I might not be falling. Basically, I might be used to this. Oh, I found myself, found myself. I have found myself, found myself, found.
Are you done? I was still getting myself together.
Looking for change.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chisom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, that's. I was still waiting and hoping that more lights were coming. And... All right, thank you so much for that rendition. We are making progress. We are getting there. I hope we are all voting now. We are getting ready to round up this voting process. If you've not voted, can you just walk behind and just go at least you all listen to the presentation so you know which author you are in tune with. We'll be going to count the votes soon. Okay. So while that is going on, we want to listen to just brief comments from our regional coordinators. Iaaas today is practically domiciled in about 3 regions. So we have coordinators for Nigeria, we have coordinators for Ethiopia, we have coordinators for Kenya, we have coordinators for Rwanda. Actually, this meeting this year was supposed to be hosted in Ethiopia, but for reasons of some level of instability and crisis around that region, we had to reschedule the program to hold in the United States for safety. And that is why we are here. And then we decided to go virtual, like we are live right now on YouTube, so that those who couldn't come in are watching and making their comments online. I want to say thank you to all of you in Ethiopia. Thank you to Azeb, and all of you who have been working assiduously to ensure that this event did hold. But maybe in later years, we might be able to reschedule for Ethiopia. Now for 2022, Kenya is the place to go. All road leads to Kenya in 2022. By November 4th to 6th, 2022, we shall be in Kenya, God giving us life. So please block your diaries and begin to prepare. We start preparations for 2022 tomorrow. That's how we run. And so we are breaking the ground from tomorrow for 2022 to begin to put things together and begin to think around as we see events unfold. We are yet to come up with a team. As we enter 2022, the team will unveil itself. For 2023, all road leads to Rwanda. Kigali is hosting us in 2023. If you were here last night, you would have realized that everybody is eager. I wish 2023 Rwanda was for next year. The investment opportunity in Rwanda is mind-blowing. We're all looking forward to getting to Rwanda and see how we can be part of what's going on there. We have seen Rwanda as the new face of Africa right now. The development is amazing. The leadership is awesome. It's become a model, a template that we are calling on African leaders to emulate. But again, like we enunciated yesterday, that template was also garnered from what's going on in Singapore. It's just beautiful. Yesterday, listening to these erudite scholars, masterly churning out ideas and information was just beautiful. We listened to Kelechi, an investment expert. He gave us the investment opportunities going on in Rwanda right now. Then we listened to Dr. Onyerimba, extricating leadership. It was amazing. Today we've had different authors talk about different phases of their books, talk about what they stand for and what are there to benefit. Now we are going towards the election for the Book Olympics. Voting is ongoing and we are still calling for donations. Please, do what you can and also encourage others to. We stated here earlier that to move us to the next level, we are establishing a leadership institute, which will be cited precisely right now in Nigeria. That institute is registered, it is ready to fly. We just got a temporal site where we want to take off, but we are raising funds for the establishment and we are calling for support. Please, whatever you can do, please do. And if you know anybody that can help us, that can support this cause, it is not just about us, it is for our children, it is for our future, it is for our tomorrow. Iaaas is just standing as the umbrella through the vehicle for bringing this dream to birth. We ask that you reach out, talk to as many as you can who can be part of it, who can support this cause to bring it to fruition. Thank you. While that is going on, I want to quickly bring to the podium right now a literary guru, a literary giant who wants to make a quick presentation, a quick statement. Please join me as I welcome to the podium our friend and brother, Obi Okezie.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. We're here.
I hope everyone is having a good time.
Yes, sir.
So if you're having a good time, say hello.
Hello.
No, you guys are sleeping. Come on, it's because of the controversial book? Or is it because of the People Matters? Or is it because of cocaine poppers? Huh? Oh, cocaine hoppers. I think say cookers.
Choppers.
Don't worry about that. See, it is always good to have people of like minds come together. But in as much as we consume ourselves in all these, let's not forget where we come from. Let's not forget that before everything else, there was storytelling. Storytelling during that era was when our parents inculcated morals into us. And do you know why our continent is the way it is? We don't have those sessions anymore. People don't sit down to educate their children or give them histories of their background. So anybody gets up, and that person is a human being, as far as he or she knows. They want to run for an office, but they have no fundamentals. So those stories shaped us. Those stories modeled us. Those stories kind of put you in check, because most of those stories have what? Morals in them. There is no story about the tortoise that wouldn't have a moral. The tortoise is greedy, the tortoise is cunning, and can take anything from you. So how many of us are the tortoise? How many of us are exhibiting those inaptitudes that our parents or our situations or our backgrounds didn't give to us? See, we get up every morning and we want to be leaders. You don't even understand what it means to be a leader. You want to serve before you can be a what? A leader. It's unfortunate what is happening in our continent. It's unfortunate what is happening in our country. But you know what? We can't keep quiet. Like my sister here said, she's calling for action. I remember somebody wrote something about Dr. Lloyd Onyemba and said, you are a pillar of light. Are you a pillar of light to your community? Or you want to just be that man that everybody will do what? Bow to. You want to be the only house in the neighborhood that will have a light, that will have good water, that will have security, that will have good cars coming out of it? You just want to be that person. And you look at yourself and you say, yes, I'm a big man. To hell, you're no big man. So let us all go deep into ourselves. Let's sink deep into ourselves. Do you have a brother in authority? Do you have a brother as a senator? Do you have a classmate as a governor? Do you have any of those? Can you appeal to their senses, to their human senses? Because I'm sure most of these people don't have it anymore. Because how can you tell me that a place like Aba will not have roads? My brother here told of his trip from Owerri, from Imo State to Lagos, taking about more than 10 hours. How can you exist in a community like that? How can you exist in a country like that? So my brothers and sisters, as you internalize what is going on here today, take it home and use it to energize your people. Because the worst thing that can happen to a people is when the people cannot fight anymore. You know, I think it was Sigmund Freud who said that when a people are oppressed so much that they begin to oppress themselves or hate themselves, it gets to the level of psychogenesis of oppression. And that is what is happening in our country today. Dr. Nyirumba talked about intra conflicts. Are you fighting for referendum when your next door neighbor doesn't even want you to exist? You understand it? So let me tell you a story so that we can calm all these things down. In those days, when our parents, the days were the days, when they used to tell us stories, they would gather us in the evenings. And I'm going to tell you a story about a dog. And I want us at the end of today decide on what to do with the dog, okay? Because amongst our politicians, there are so many dogs. So this is what happened. The villagers called a meeting. And the villagers said they wanted everybody to come to the meeting. Everybody came to the town hall, except the dog. Sorry, the chicken. Except the chicken. The chicken didn't come to the meeting. They called a meeting on Orie, the chicken didn't come. They called the meeting on Nkwo, the chicken didn't come. They called it on Eke, the chicken didn't come. So they decided, okay, we're going to call the last meeting. If the chicken doesn't come, we're going to decide on what to do. So they called the meeting. On that day again, the chicken didn't come. So the whole villagers decided what? They're going to kill the chicken for food. And that is why you have chicken peri-peri, chicken wings, chicken thigh, chicken whatever, chicken everything. So, when people fail to be at the table, what do you do to them? You take them out. You take them out. Literally, take them out. And when people come to the table and they don't have anything to offer, you do what? Take them out. Take them out. Until we begin to decipher, until we begin to isolate, until we begin to acknowledge the fact that not everybody that comes to the table needs to be at the table, then we will not move anywhere. Thank you very much. And I hope you internalize everything we've talked about today and take it home to energize your people. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Obi. Thank you, that was awesome.
That's you there.
Now, if you...
That's what Obi said. See school?
Yes. That's terrible. Listen, Obi just said something. If you are not bringing anything to the table, take them out. That is what we're talking about, bad leadership. In fact, no leadership at all. No leadership at all. Children, this is a shame. This is a shame. In a country that claims to have people in authority, and they see this every day. It's not new. But because they have lost it. Our leaders in Africa have lost it. All they're interested in is cutting away the resources and the wealth for themselves and their families. And the people does not matter. But today we were just told that the people matter. And indeed, the people matter. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone has a role to play. Everyone has something to offer. Everyone has what it takes to make a difference. And please, let's all join hands together to ensure that this dream works. Join me as I welcome the coordinator of Iaaas in Rwanda to make a brief comment. Please join me as I welcome Kelechi Anyanwu.
Brief comment, eh? Yes, sir. Okay. I needed to be sure of that. Huh? Yes. Brief.
On the side, so closer to him. The whole stand, yeah. There you go.
It's okay.
Right. You know that talk, but not that talk.
Not that talk. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all again. I've talked enough about Rwanda, Kigali, and all the investment opportunities available. My name is Kelechi Anyanwu. I'm from Nigeria, but I reside in Rwanda, Kigali, Rwanda. Well, yesterday I explained a bit of my journey to Rwanda, and also I discussed in details about opportunities that are available in Rwanda. I'm sure we are all aware that Rwanda is one of the safest countries to live as at today in the whole world.
Seriously?
Yes. One of the safest countries to live. And when it comes to easy way of doing business, Rwanda is the second in Africa. Yep. And there are a whole lot of investment opportunities available, ranging from real estate, agriculture, construction, education, a whole lot. This is the right time to come into Rwanda, to be part of this move. I always tell people that if you miss coming to Rwanda at this point in time, it might be very, very difficult for you to have a place there. It might be very, very difficult. As at two years ago, I used to struggle to find a place to eat Nigerian food in Rwanda. But as at last week, I counted 25 spots. Space of 2 years. 25 spots where you can go eat your amala, eat your Nigerian food, eat your Cameroon food. You Cameroon, they are sisters. Yeah. So Rwanda is growing very fast. And I'm happy that the summit is coming to Rwanda in 2023. And I have learned a lot from this whole process. I promise you people, if I have 50 people coming from the United States to Kigali, maybe it's only 20 that will come back. Yeah!
What will happen to the rest? They will be kidnapped?
You wouldn't even want to come back again.
They will defect.
They will be kidnapped?
No, they will be defect.
You wouldn't want to return to the United States. That's what I'm saying.
I know, got you.
I'm going to make it an easy move. easy transition, from United States to Rwanda. Before I got here, I had a discussion with RDB, Rwanda Development Board. They are aware of this association. They are also as excited that you people are coming. So do know that you're coming home. By the time you decide you're coming to Rwanda 2023, just know you're coming home. I have a flag here. I need to fly my Rwanda flag, if you don't mind. Yeah, so that people that are watching over there know that we are ready. Huh? We are ready. Yeah. Huh? We are ready. We are ready. We are ready to host you people. We are ready. We are ready. I can't wait for you guys to be in Rwanda.
Rwanda, we are coming.
Yes, Kigali. Kigali is waiting for you. 2023, yes. All roads lead to Kigali. I look forward to having you on. And like I said earlier, if I have 50 people from United States coming to Kigali by 2023, trust me, 10 out of that 50 will get their land registered before they return. And 20 out of that 50 will have their business also registered. That's an assurance.
One.
I have one already.
Two.
I have another one over there. All roads to Kigali. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Brian, are you going with me?
Make sure you don't miss that chance.
Thank you so much. Now, you see how excited people are to go to Rwanda. How would it have been if we are this excited to go to every other part of Africa?
There you go.
To go to Nigeria.
No.
I was in Nigeria earlier this year in March. I had a flying visit for about 6 days. It was so shameful. Lagos to Ibadan is just about an hour drive. But for fear of being kidnapped, I had to fly 20 minutes. I had to fly from Lagos to Ibadan and back because the road is not safe. In that short distance of an hour, anything can happen. The possibility of being kidnapped or shot and killed is extremely high. And that is how it is on every other part. But from records, Kigali is the 5th most safest place to be. All right, just a second. So our prayers is that every part of Africa will get to that point where we can authoritatively say, you are coming home, you are excited, you are not afraid, investment opportunities are high. God help us. But that is what Iaaas is driving at, to ensure, to actualize, that Africa and Africans will change how things happen, and we'll get to that point where everything will be beautiful. They say doing business in Kigali is like a snap of the finger.
We are coming there now.
Yeah.
But before we continue, Obi has a question.
Yes.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, for me, let me see that flag again.
You saw, I know you saw something.
It has a resemblance.
It looks like something.
It
It looks like the rising sun.
sun.
It looks like the rising sun.
Can you all see this?
Yeah.
You see the rising sun? Did you see the rising sun here?
Half.
Full sun.
Half Nigeria and full.
Yeah.
It's because it is still rising.
It's still rising. And they say we are landlocked. So, the reason why, listen to me. The reason why, if a country do not go through revolution, even America went through revolution before they come to this stage. The reason why I think Rwanda is doing very well in Africa is because of the revolution that went in 1994. If they did not go through that revolution, they will not be doing well right now. They're still fighting against each other. Each developed country in the world have, at a stage, have gone through revolution before they pick up the mantle and become developed and become successful. And that is what needs to be done in Nigeria. If you don't do it, we're just wasting our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want to ask a question?
Yeah,
Or you want to make a comment?
Make a comment.
All right.
Yeah, contrary
You want
to...
the microphone?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, contrary to Professor Okoma, Nigeria went through revolution in the 60s. And the only difference here is that
They didn't learn anything from it.
they didn't, exactly. Number two, they were willing, people were willing, the Rwandans were willing to set aside their differences, ethnicity. It does not matter where you come from, you're Rwanda first. That is what matters. And by the way, I've been to Kigali a couple of years ago. You know. yeah, I know, a couple of years ago. And why I say this is that revolution in Africa, what do we learn from it? Not very much. A few years back, Sudan wanted their own separate country. What is happening there now? Is it better? No. Rwanda is just an exceptional case. What we need to learn in Nigeria to do is put our differences together, their differences aside, and come together as Nigerian first. Once you have citizenship, define your citizenship, that you're Nigerian, you're qualified as anybody else. That's what we need to be fighting for, not to separate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Thank you.
What's the current exchange rate of Rwandan currency to a dollar?
$1 to 997. 977.
977 Rwanda money.
Yes. Rwanda francs.
What's the purchasing power? That's a lot of figures.
Stable economy.
Rwanda France?
Yeah.
France?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's the
Is it pegged to the French franc, to the
French
francs?
Yes, because if it's France, because in Cameroon we have France too.
Yeah, Rwanda francs.
But that's not safe though. That's
Well, I mean, if the purchasing power is strong, like $1,000 is what?
$1,000 would be close to
Times
like
900.
1 million. Yeah, close to 1 million. Yeah.
What am I doing here?
All right, thank you so much. Now, listen, I had a brother try to analyze the situation. The Nigerian situation, to my own perception, is just so different. Why do I say that? We went through the war in 67 and 70 and came out and they declared no victor, no vanquish, which was supposed to be a process of elimination of the dichotomy, north or south, east or west, Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa. But what did they do?
just after that pronouncement, they instituted a situation that orchestrated to deny the Igbos means of survival. Froze the account, gave everybody 20 pounds. Doesn't matter how much you had in the account. Come on. Expecting them to survive on 20 pounds. Someone had $1 million. And you gave him 20 pounds, but yet they survived.
Yes.
Talking about the issue of citizenship, it is on record. It is only the Igbo man that has maintained that identity of being a Nigerian, establishing and living in every part of that country.
Undoubtedly. Nobody can.
Even in the north, where they are being killed, they still invest. What are we talking about? But no Hausa man has a plot of land anywhere outside the north. All they do, not even the Yoruba man. Yoruba man comes and lives in Port Harcourt, makes money in Port Harcourt, buys a car, goes back to Ibadan and license the vehicle. They don't license in Port Harcourt. No, that is to tell you how terrible it is. But the Igbo man lives anywhere and makes that place his or her home. Yet, you're talking about identity, talking about citizenship. The Igbo man is the only true Nigerian in Nigeria. But a time has come when they have given too much to that Nigerian polity, and the polity does not accept and appreciate them. Now we want to go our way, period. That is just the call. For how long will you be treaded upon? Is that too much to ask? If you don't want to, then let us go. We can't be here and then you don't want to give them a place. No voice, no opportunity. You render them absolutely impotent. It's crazy. But if truth be told, an average Nigerian should sit back and reevaluate where we are coming from. The Igbo man has sacrificed for the unity of that nation.
Too much blood.
That being said, let's proceed. Thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you for that expression about Rwanda. We hope that other parts of Africa will get better. One of our friends also wants to make a comment as we proceed before we get to count the vote. Has everybody voted? If you've not voted, please, can you raise your hands? If you've not voted, please go there and vote for the book and author of your choice. All right? Okay? Just go and cast your vote in the box, please. We're coming to count the vote right now and then proceed to other things. In doing that, please join me as I welcome to the podium our friend, Freddie Array. Fidelis Array, please. Sorry.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome, Fidelis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all. Many of you have said valuable things that are very important for the continent of Africa. So I just want to thank everyone. This is a leadership summit. This is a leadership summit. And many times when we talk about leadership, we limit it to political leaders. But we have to understand that leadership, it begins even at your community, not necessarily political leadership. And you can still be a leader and do great things without people knowing you, but your impact will be felt around your community. I'm saying this because I spent some time in Junior Chambers International. I was the vice president for Junior Chambers International in Limbe. So there is this problem. Before I get into the problem, I have the opportunity to have traveled around Africa while working in Africa. I work in Cameroon, I'm from Cameroon. I schooled in Nigeria. I work in Kenya. I work in Senegal. And the problems are very similar. But this is what I discover as one of the root cause of the problem, or problems: social injustice. And the social injustice many times turn out to become political problems. On top of that, the I don't care attitude. If A is crying, and you say, well, it's A's problem.
Yeah.
If care is not taken, that A's problem will grow big to reach you. I remember when we were in school, we used to hear, back in secondary and high school, we used to hear, like in Chad, Guguni Wede and Eastern Abre firing. I don't know then how many African countries volunteered to go to their assistance. Today is Southern Cameroon. I don't know how many other Africans step up and say, let's look into their problems. Let alone even other provinces, neighboring provinces. Oh, it's an Anglophone problem. Oh, it's Southwest, it's Northwest. They don't care. So you see, these are the problems from our community. House B is having problem. But the person living in house A say that is B's issue. It grows and grows sometimes and become big problems. Tribal, interstate, internation. So what I'm trying to say here today is that let's step up as advocates to start seeing other people's problems as our problems. I am happy Mali's put something there, the Bamileki, whatever. But that makes, what interests me more is the health. I've worked in the pharmaceutical and medical device and the food industry, and for me, I consider those two areas very important in Africa, because the dying rate these days is so high because it's neither the government nor the people are taking those areas seriously. So social problems, most of our problem stems from social issues that we ignore. And then they will grow and become problems that we cannot even handle. So I am appealing, if we really want to be those true leaders, let's start look at our societal and communal problems. Let's be taking them very seriously. So I want to thank you all for coming, and I thank you for your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidelis. That was just amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are gradually coming to the end of this event. It's been an amazing 2 days. Yesterday was amazing. Today has been awesome. We've had all the presentations. Before I continue, has everyone voted? Who has not voted? Yes, I think they have. You've all voted, sir? Awesome. Fidelis, have you voted? Okay. We are getting to that point where we'll go count the votes, and then we'll have a winner for this year's Book Olympics, and then we'll look forward to 2022. It's not a competition, it's just a process of appreciation to see that people are making contributions to our society in books. Please, just vote, and then we'll count the votes and we'll announce the winner. But the award for the winner will be presented tomorrow at the general meeting.
So just let me not forget that. If you all voted, I want to at this point all right, so Fidelis, are you done? Mr. Ray, okay. All right, who is going to be, I need 2 people to be witnesses to the counting. Okay, I'll make this, Mr. Wajay, I'll need you to witness the counting. No rigging. Malays, I'll need you to also join in the counting, just to witness the vote count, okay? All right, so we are proceeding right now. We are proceeding right now to the vote count before we come back to gradually close this meeting. Thank you. All right, we are all heading there to go count the votes. Ibere. Yes. All right. All right. We're here right now. I'm waiting for Mr. Wajay. All right. All right, so I have 2 eyes here while we count the votes. So please, I need you to record as we count. Get a pen over there. All right, gentlemen, please, can you all be attentive? Are we together here? All right. We are ready to start counting. So I will call them by name and then you take the scores. All right, so 1, cooking hoppers. Cocaine hoppers. Cocaine hoppers. That is 1. Okay. Sorry, listen, 1 vote, each sheet for 1 vote, okay? This is nullified. This one put 2 different people on 1 sheet. All right. Immigration to citizenship, 1. The book on cocaine, 2. Thank you. Immigration to citizenship, 2. Immigration to citizenship, 3. Immigration to citizenship, 4. Cocaine hoppers, 3. Immigration to citizenship, 5. The case for Biafra, 1.
Power to the people, 1. The case for Biafra, 2. This is blank. You can all see blank. Power to the people, 2. Immigration to citizenship, 6. The case for Biafra, 3. Cocaine hoppers, 4. Right? That's 4. Cocaine hoppers, 5. This is blank. The people of Biafra, I think that's the case for Biafra. Okay? So the case for Biafra, 4, right? 4, correct. The case for Biafra, this person voted 2 people, so this is nullified. The case for Biafra, 5. This person wrote a name. We're talking about the books. Nullified. Nullified. All right. So, what do we have? Let's count. The case for Biafra, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for the case for Biafra. Immigration to citizenship, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cocaine hoppers, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The people matters, 1, 2. So, from the count, we have 6 for immigration to citizenship, 5 for the case of Biafra, 5 for cocaine hoppers, 2 for the people, to power to the people. So from this count, we have a tight margin, but immigration to citizenship won this race. Congratulations to the author of immigration to citizenship. But it was a beautiful contest. Thank you to all the authors. Thank you to the author of cocaine hoppers. Thank you to the author of the case for Biafra. It was a keenly contested Olympics. I guess if not for the disqualified, it will also be more keenly contested. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Chief Igwe.
Illusion
before we all leave, please, thank you so much. Please, finally, let's round it up quickly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we are here virtually at the end of today's event. But before we leave, let's quickly, can we all be seated, please? We just don't exit like that. We have to take a group photograph of everyone here, please. Please, please, please. We are going to that point right now. Please, before we leave, we want to quickly once again appreciate everyone for coming, for attending this year's summit, and for everyone that has been watching online. We want to say thank you for staying through with us today. Thank you as we look forward to see you again, same time in 2022 in Kenya. Before we leave, we want to say thank you to all our partners, all our donors, our sponsors, the likes of GlowNet USA, GM Promotionals, Good Coin Foundation, Martin Luther King Jr. Merchants Association, Troist Bank, Biola Heights University, University of West Georgia, Amazon Smile, Wealth, Startup Hospital, and everyone who in one way or the other has contributed immensely to the success of this year's event. We want to say thank you to all the authors. Thank you so much, Professor Odo. Thank you so much, Dr. Obo. Thank you so much, Obukwama. Thank you, Chidedumigwe. Thank you, Males Gassim. Thank you, Ndeye Tedozo. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your amazing support. Thank you for this beautiful time we spent. Thank you to Dr. Loy Onirimba. Thank you to Kelechi Anyanwu. Thank you so much, Fidelis Array. Thank you, everyone that has made this meeting an amazing time. We are so grateful. We look forward to seeing you again in our next meeting. And please be informed, every member, we are meeting tomorrow. We are meeting tomorrow for the general meeting. But right now, please, can we all gather for a group photograph before we exit? But just a quick reminder, the venue for the meeting tomorrow remains the venue for the meeting tomorrow will be at plot 3551 Adam Landing Drive. Yes, we'll share it now right now, but just all right, gentlemen, please, can you come so that we can have a group photograph? Everybody will participate. Chief, please sit down. Who kept this? Please, can we take the photograph right away, please? Sit down and stand behind and let us position ourselves quickly. Please, everyone who has been here, please come in for the group photograph, please.
Come for the photos, please.
Awesome. Okay, say hi. Who else is not here?
Let the elderly sit.
Let's do it then.
The more elderly to sit down. And the chief, ladies. No, you sit.
Align yourself quickly.
One part of it.
Why?
Yeah, and aspiring member. Oh, aspiring member. Yes. Okay, welcome. No discrimination. One more. Because if you never pay at 25, then I promote your face. Okay, not encourage them to come in. Okay, let's go. Dr. Maje, are you with us? Close that gap small. You were. Thank you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. One more. Good night. Okay, Omi, you're not there yourself. How do we get that?
You know how he got out himself.
Officers of the association.
Person wey no person, we no dey give person. If you want no person, we no go force person. I know they sick, you wan give me medicine. I get money, you wan help me spend my money. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. I love you. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. Just believe. I'll never do it like you do it. Just believe I'm a do it. Let me do it like I do it. How I do it. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, mama. Body that oh, mama. If you know I'm not gonna something will do. Something will do. What that will show you. That will down. Something will do. Something will do. What that will show you. Something will do. See, you want give me medicine. I got money, oh, you want help me spend my money. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. I love you, oh, yeah. I'm a winner, I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. Just believe it. I'll never do it like you do it. Just believe I'm a do it. Let me do it like I do it, how I do it. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, mama. If you know I'm gonna something to do, something to do. What that will show you, that will know more. Something to do, something to do. What that will show you, something to Allow me to enjoy myself. 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 Person, you ain't no person, you know they keep person. If you want no person, you know go first person. I know they sick, you won't give me medicine. I got money, oh, you won't help me spend my money. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. I love you, oh, yeah. I'm a winner, I'm a winner, I'm a winner. Just believe that I'm a winner. Just believe it. I'll never do it like you do it. Just believe I'm a do it. Yeah, let me do it like I do it, how I do it. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, mama. If you know I'm a good something to do, something to do. What that will show you, I'm not going more. Something to do, something to do. What that will show you, something Allow me to enjoy myself. 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 Allow me to I know my God will turn it around.
That's right.
He's in the studio covering an umbrella election.
Okay. It's a doings. I say now we're going to do so I'm going to do this. We come find that we're moving. Fantastic to do it. My name is President Boko.
Whether they like them or not, street go they pay. I say every day, only macarona. You police
oh, Ike, dia, Ike, Ike, dia, Ike, Ike, dia, Ike, Ike, dia, Ike. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jesse Popo. I want to tell you a story, and you are going to like the glory. No be you fresh police station, they really crazy, yo. We are there today, now I got me crazy, yo. Before when they see can see you, I'm from Malaga. Now when they see me, they say, John, when you go through your house, people go fight for your matter, God will do it for you. He go do it for you. I see you well in front of me. Well in front of me. We don't know what's my director. Well in front of me. What you do now, baby,
it's time. You are the first person to say me link because I should follow that man, they show you ready to last. As time they go, no remote to pass. I see the wire Iaaas, I try to lose my nose. But when you reach that hard you get, then they beat mama for us, you there one day for hotel. I'm still a seller, I gave me for sale.
Mastercraft, the beat.
Original Mr. Flavor. Every day na party, every day na jolly. Oh, yeah, move your body. No time for story. Where my woman? We supposed to party. No time to check time. Everybody shake it. Oh, yeah, mama. Oh, my sister. Oh, my baby. Time to party. Oh, yeah, mama. Oh, my sister. Oh, my baby. Time to party. Back it. I like it when you do sharp. Back it. I like it when you go sharp. My yo-yo. Uchangama. My yo-yo. The way you wanna roll it, you take on my heart. And I can't control it, you take on my heart. I said, no, no, need to. That's oh, yeah, my mind. Oh, my sister. Oh, my baby. Time to party. Oh, my mind. Oh, my sister. Oh, my baby. Time to party. Yeah, your body, sweetie, sweetie. And your fine face, pretty, pretty. When you want, you be naughty, naughty, naughty. I live good day here. It's supposed to throw it. I don't know God day here. It's supposed to throw it. Who's your daddy? Too much money, oh. Follow your leader, one thing. Everybody shake it. Oh, my sister. Oh, my baby, oh. Time to party. Oh, my sister.
organize